We're live.
Good morning, everybody. It is 9:08 on Wednesday, March 12th, and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll ask the secretary to please call roll.
Good morning. This is Angie Castellanos for the record, and this is roll call. President Dockweiler.
Present.
Vice President Hughes.
Here.
Superintendent Ebert.
Present.
Member Hudson.
Excused, please note when she arrives.
Member Braxton.
Present.
Member Els.
Here.
Member Ford.
Present.
Member Keys.
Excused, please note when he arrives.
I believe he's online. Is that you, Member Keys? Member Orr. Member Walker.
I'm here.
Member Dawson Owens. Madam President, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Point of clarification, Member Orr and Member Dawson Owens, we could not hear you when you indicated that you were present. We saw you. I just want to make sure that we're able to hear you during the meeting moving forward.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, thank you. And we did hear Member Walker.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I would also like to note for the record that we are joined by Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. Will everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We would like to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples whose traditional homeland, where we are presenting from and where people are joining us from, is what is now the state of Nevada. The Nima, also known as Northern Paiute, the Numu, also known as Northern Paiute, Niwu, Southern Paiute, Washishu, Washoe, and Nui, Southern Shoshone, Western Shoshone, forgive me. Please note for the record that Member Hudson has joined. As we get started with the agenda, I'd like to share a few housekeeping items. Some presenters and members may be joining our meeting virtually. As always, we ask for your patience with any technical difficulties we may encounter. I also want to remind our audience that board meetings can be viewed via live stream with closed captioning at www.youtube.com/@NV-StateED/live. I'll remind participants to please turn off your microphone or mute yourself when you're not speaking, and remember to turn on your microphone or unmute when you'd like to make a comment. Of course, remember that you are on video and being broadcast via live stream on the Nevada Department of Education's website. All of today's meeting materials are available on the board's webpage, and I trust that when board members are not actively engaging on their screens with us, that they are reviewing materials. I will now open the first period of public comment under agenda item 2. I'd like to remind everyone that comments should be limited to items on the agenda. Please ensure you fill out a comment card, turn the microphone on, and state your name for the record. Additionally, please note the items categorized as future agenda requests are not included in this public comment period. I will also limit each speaker to 3 minutes, and time will be monitored by Vice President Hughes. If you are unable to attend in person but would like to provide public comment, you may submit a written statement to nvboarded@doe.nv.gov before the close of the meeting. We will begin with public comment from Carson City, followed by Las Vegas. Are there any comments in Carson City?
Chair, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Wonderful, thank you. We do have public comment here in Las Vegas. Can we please have Ed Gonzalez come up, please, to speak on item 9?
Thank you, Madam President. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I am the community member of and newly elected vice chair of the Hickey Elementary School organizational team, but I'm speaking as an individual. Before I get started, Madam President, I want to just congratulate member Annette Dawson Owens. I think she's going to be a great addition to this board. I've known her for a long time, and I think just her background on education, especially on the topic I'm speaking on item 9, on AB 469. She has an immense history. She also sat on a school organizational team as well. So I just want to congratulate her. I know she's in Carson City. So, but to get started, I want to talk about item 9. I know you're talking about the subcommittee, and we've had a lot of stuff happening in education. The superintendent searched a lot of conversations about it. And I feel like, you know, one of the questions I was asked is like, what do you expect or what should the subcommittee look at? And I feel like a comment that was mentioned is like, are we even asking the right questions? Meaning that this law has been in there for 8 years. I don't think the subcommittee is looking at minor technical violations of the law. The state board has created that process, that those things should go through that process. But it's like the 50,000 foot level, which is, you know, are the things that we hoped for happening? You know, we see like a report that goes to the state superintendent and the legislature about how the district wants to centralize things, right? And keep it there where the law says it should be decentralized. But within that document, the district also has concerns. Some of those concerns should be fully vetted to hear what are the concerns the district has, because I feel like at times the district feels like they're just a punching bag in different committees as you go, you know, from the legislature to the state board to sometimes even their own board. So we should flush out some of those things because we do have concerns. Like we have concerns about like budgetary practices. We had one from the spring to the fall. Now we have another one from this new budget cycle where you're seeing some of the same issues coming up because the average teacher salary has jumped up $5,600. And the question you start asking is, well, how much additional money was given to schools? How are they able to deal with that? Those are the kind of things we can look at. I know Abraham Kameo is going to speak something about like maintenance and stuff, where there's a section deals with timely manner of construction. And I know some of the members here happened to read at Hickey Elementary and saw that we had some construction issues maintenance issues that was 10 months in dealing with. Well, at one point, are we allowed to go outside the system? The system can't look at it. And so there's things of that nature. And I'd also want to highlight that we should have more community members or people who serve on SOTs sit on this committee. The legislature did that before with the SOT working group in 2017 and 18. Mo Dennis, I think it was Senator Becky Harrison, Senator Mo Dennis had members on there where to get an idea, because we have people who have been on SOTs who, and this also includes district staff as well. I thought it was good to have a trustee on the committee. So there's a lot of stuff I think you will want to look at as well onto other aspects of it. I don't want to take too much time onto it because I think we're going to have broader conversation as that committee gets started. But it's really looking at that broad range stuff, like, what does autonomy look like? And, you know, the district has documents that says limit of autonomy. And we should have conversations. It's like, is that how we want to word stuff as well? Like, how do we go from this, re-looking at some of the stuff we did? Maybe some changes need to be made, but we haven't implemented, so it's really hard to really assess some of that. But I've looked at this as like a slower, longer, broad conversation as we head not to this legislative session if things should change, but to the next legislative session. You know, give a running start.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Abraham to speak on item number 9, also AB 469. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Abraham Camejo. I am the construction liaison for the school district's bond oversight committee. I'm also a parent, and I'm pretty involved. My background is I'm a general contractor by trade. I'm also a safety risk manager. Been doing this for more than 25 years. Started at a very young age, at 14. So when I was already in high school, I was already running my business. I'm here today to try to have a more detailed conversation on the scope of work that all our schools are are not having. As I visit schools and visit for reading week, um, I tend to pay attention to construction defects. During a reading week, I went to a school and the entire roof and the ceiling has been collapsed in the classroom. Teacher has been displaced. I went to another school and there's a sinkhole with sewage issues. That sinkhole, for example, the principal was trying to get repairs since May. So it gets so what is considered a timely manner? One of the high school that I sit on as a SOT at Rancho High School, the elevator was broken and didn't get fixed for 2 months. I'm sure there's ADA compliance issues right there, but that's the problem. What is considered a timely manner for repairs? When we have a bathroom that has plumbing issues and the bathroom stall is not working, now that student needs to go down the hall or to a different part of the school to use it because the principal can't address the maintenance part of it. And this maintenance, as I'm seeing on bond oversight, is starting to go from maintenance to the bond funds. And now instead of spending money to fix it and to repair it, we're now having to invest bond money to completely replace it. And so as our schools are getting older and more maintenance needs to happen, we really need you guys to have this conversation into further detail to determine what is the scope of work and how long does it take to get something repaired. Because if you guys were a tenant in an apartment complex and you guys were renting from me and you guys had no air conditioning working, I have 48 hours to figure something out, or I'm sending you to the Bellagio to go stay the night because it's hot. I've been able to find a report from the school district. We have more than 90 schools that have air conditioner issues. That is a problem, not only for our students and the learning environment, but also for risk management, for safety reasons, for the employee, which is our teachers. So this is a much broader conversation that I feel that I'm trying to bring out to light because together we can work and figure out this solution. But the question should be, what is the timeline for repairs? And then depending on that repair, because some of these ticket items are taking over a year to replace, and we can't just continue to put mobile classrooms in the parking lots and in the playgrounds and not address the issues. So thank you so much for your time. If you guys have any questions, please reach out to me. I come with a full wealth of knowledge, and once again, I just do this because I'm a dad. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Camejo, for your words and for being here today. Thank you. Okay, seeing no additional public comments in Las Vegas, we will look online. Have we received any written submissions for public comment 1?
We have not received, we haven't received any emailed comments at this time.
Thank you. With that will close public comment period 1. Moving on to agenda item 3, may I have a motion to approve the use of a flexible agenda, allowing me to take items out of order if necessary?
Member Hudson moved to have a flexible agenda. Sorry.
Member Ford, I will second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Looking online or on my screen, it looks like they say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes. So now we'll be moving on to item number 4, the President's Report. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our new member, Member Dawson Owens. So everybody, if you could please join me in a welcome. Yay. And not to put you on the spot, but if you would like to say a few words about your background and your interest in serving on the board, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if you can hear me well. Can you hear that? Okay, super. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here serving, and I am a longtime Nevadan. I grew up in the Clark County School District, was able to student teach with my own kindergarten teacher.
I've been an educator in district and charter schools and currently work for the Children's Advocacy Alliance. And the reason I'm interested in serving is because I'm committed to improving education outcomes for Nevada, for our children and our families. And I've seen how it's possible, and I'm grateful for all of your service, those who have gone before me and those who will continue on, and grateful to be a partner in the work. So thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Welcome, and we look forward to working with you. I also want to share an important update. So, April 3rd, we will be having a special board meeting to address two critical things that have come up. One is the Read by Grade 3, the RFP, the assessment piece. So, that will be one of the two topics that we will plan to address and talk about. And then the second one is analysis, the grad score analysis. The department has pulled together information and is prepared to share that information with us. So we will make sure to do that. And any board member who may have a conflict with the April 3rd date, please let our board secretary know so that she can work on scheduling. The meeting is just a second. April 3rd. We are looking at a start time of 10:30. And please note for the record that Member Keys has joined us. As Ed Gonzalez mentioned, last week was Nevada Reading Week, and we want to honor that and celebrate. It was a joy to read with students, and it was fun. I was fortunate to read at two schools, Hickey Elementary and Rogers Elementary School, to fifth graders, which I think it was the first time anyone had read books to them in a little bit, being as old as they were, but it was a lot of fun. And last week was also School Social Worker Week. And I know that has been providing wraparound supports to families and schools is an important and critical piece of the work that they do. And I want to highlight that one of the things that the state board has done in the past to support that is ratios for school social workers, establishing that recommended ratio at 1 to 250. And there's also a bill in the legislature that will be heard today, being sponsored by Senator Cruz Crawford, SB 277, that will also work to address the important work of school social workers and making sure that we have them in our schools. So with that, I will toss it to any other board members who have updates that they would like to share. See Member Braxton.
Thank you, Member Braxton, for the record. I am happy to report that since our last meeting, I was able to hold two events, Amplifying Youth Voices event in Henderson, reaching youth, intended to reach youth ages 17 to 26, and adult mentors to discuss the course of civic engagement. And this was well received. I was able to collect data about youth concerns to inform my focus here as an elected official. I also attended an event facilitated by the NAACP and the National Action Network to discuss education issues pertaining to communities in our area, and to invite individuals to participate civically, especially during meetings like this. Reading Week was amazing. I had a chance to go to Hickey Elementary, and I hear the concerns of Ed Gonzalez and Abraham Camacho. I witnessed the opening of this little area in the courtyard that it's a hole, if you will. And because the hole exists, students are not able to go into the courtyard to fully see and celebrate the beautiful mural that's been placed for its namesake. And so that was, I see the safety risk with issues like this. So I would like to address that later. But also, I want to give a nod to Children's Week at the legislature. I think that Annette Owens did a fantastic job with that. So shout out to Annette for that. And I want to give a shout out also to a young person who I met, young man who is a sophomore at Coronado High School. He's doing great work to address financial insecurity. He's getting coats donated to his nonprofit so that he can share these coats with other students. And I just applaud him so much for that work and that intentional work. And lastly, I want to just mention that there's a phrase that I learned from Kate McLaughlin. She's with Girls on the Run. And as we approach these things to talk about and to find solutions for, she shared with me a phrase that she keeps to her heart, and I'm going to adopt it. And it's everything is figure outable. So just keep that in mind. And that's it.
Thank you, Member Braxton. Any other updates? Member Keys?
Hi, I have a few of them. One pretty big one, I'm sure Superintendent Ebert's going to be sharing about, but we had our first 2 meetings for the Superintendent Student Advisory Group for Education. They've been going very well. We got a diverse group of about 20 students from across the state. From all across different counties and everything like that. We've been able to talk to them about the legislative session, which has been really interesting to teach them about what the department is focusing on, what bills they're sponsoring, how they can really get involved in that. We've also been able to get their opinions on the STIP, which Lisa Ford has been working on. And Lisa Ford and Miss Penrod, the 2024 Teacher of the Year, have helped me and the superintendent so much with the creation of that group and really getting it started and being a meaningful input device for the Department of Education and State Board. Beyond that, I have been a little bit outside of my state board work. I've been working with Annie Batavia. We just launched the Nevada Association of Student Trustees, which is geared towards connecting students that sit on school boards like I do and like how Annie does in Washoe County. She sits on the Washoe County School Board of Trustees. And I also look forward to supporting AB 316. I'm going to be up in Carson City next week in the legislature for that bill hearing, which would get student voice on local boards of trustees, just how I'm a student voice on our board. So thank you so much.
Wonderful updates, Member Keys. It's so exciting following your work, and please continue to keep us informed and keep doing all the wonderful things that you're doing. I'm looking online to see, okay, we have Member Orr.
Thank you. I had the honor of joining Superintendent Ebert in Reno to get to see the Milken Award winner at Jessie Beck Elementary. Allie Gallows won $25,000 for being awarded as the Milken Teacher of the Year. It was just such an honor. She's an amazing teacher. I trained her years ago in teaching Nevada history. She's a wonderful person and a great educator, and it was just so exciting to get to be at the Oscars of teaching and see her students so excited. A great assembly. It's just so amazing to see teachers get to be awarded and treated in that fashion. So that was amazing. I know that I don't want to take anything away from you, Superintendent Ebert, sharing that, but it was just such a great experience. So I felt really lucky to do that. And I also was invited to a UNR political science class about and one of the great things about that is that one of the students brought up being really concerned about McKinney-Vento students in the rural areas and wanting to maybe work with state board members and Member Keys in trying to bring awareness about the resources needed to in the rurals for homeless students. And so I thought that was really great to bring more of a conversation to those areas. So those are 2 things in the last week that were really, really great.
Thank you, Member Orr. We have Member Hughes.
Thanks, Member Hughes, for the record, and just I'll be super quick here. One, give an update on the Commission on Innovation. So we were scheduled to have a meeting last week, which ended up getting rescheduled, and so nothing to report out on that yet. There was a set of recommendations that was sent to the legislature. They're working on sort of crafting specific policy bills around it. My understanding is that there's some work happening to make recommendations to narrow the scope of recommendations, or at least prioritize, given some of the fiscal implications of sort of the full suite. So as soon as I know more about that, I will share, and I'll bring this up at the future agenda items, but we'll probably want to engage as a full board on the full set of recommendations, or at least the prioritized set of recommendations once those come out.
Thank you, Vice President Hughes. Any other member updates? Okay, seeing none, I will move on to the second item on the president's report. On February 22nd, the board received a training and we received a lot of information. The information was relative to two big buckets of information. One was statutory obligations of the board, and the second were general procedures. Relative to the statutory obligations of the board, there were several pages from the Nevada revised statutes that we reviewed. One of the items that we learned about, which is very timely to where we're at today, was the selection process for a state superintendent of public instruction if needed, and specifically the role of the state board in leading that work. So to share a little more about that, the search for the Nevada State Superintendent of Public Instruction would begin with the Nevada State Board of Education establishing the criteria for the position. This process, conducted during a public meeting, includes soliciting public input from for the qualifications and attributes desired in the next state superintendent. The criteria set by the board incorporates both the qualifications outlined in state statute and any additional competencies deemed essential for the role. The board then votes to form a search subcommittee to help guide the process. Once the application period closes, the board carefully reviews the submissions and selects a pool of candidates for interviews. These interviews take place in a public meeting, reinforcing the commitment to an open and inclusive process. Following the interviews, the board deliberates and identifies its top 3 candidates. The final step in the selection process is the submission of these 3 candidates to the governor, who is responsible for making the final appointment. This structured approach ensures that Nevada's next superintendent of public instruction is chosen through a thorough, public, and collaborative process that reflects the priorities of the State Board of Education and the broader community. So I'm going to pause there and ask if members have any questions about that. Member Ford.
Just a point of clarification. When you say that the board will vote on a subcommittee, does that mean, can you repeat that language? Like it was, the board will vote on a subcommittee and then the process, is it like whether or not we have a subcommittee or what the makeup of that subcommittee will be or the scope of it? Like what's that portion?
Sure, good question. So typically when the board forms a subcommittee, we ask for volunteers, and then the individuals who would like to nominate themselves can serve on that subcommittee. And then the full board will determine, well, those then individuals would move to the subcommittee, and during that process, we would need to select a chair to run that subcommittee.
To me, that's just kind of where I will just kind of, for the record, that's the portion I feel like we should look at more and just be wary of, and we should have some specifics of what we're looking for that subcommittee, because that's, in my experience with CCSC, is the only, experience I have. That's where things kind of gets hijacked in the decision makings. We go, let's have a committee, and then all of a sudden it's filled with people of, from one group or something. So that's just kind of where, if hypothetically we ever had to go through this process, I would probably want more conversation and determining some parameters about what that would look like, and especially, making sure we have some like educators that are in schools right now on it, and some other important key stakeholders included.
Thank you, Member Ford. You bring up some good points, and I also want to share that just because this is perhaps how it was done in the past, we don't have to do that. We don't have to form a subcommittee. We could just do a full board. So I think there's a lot of different approaches, and if the time comes for us to do that, that would be a good time to dive deeper into the process.
We're not like you're just kind of updating us so that we all know. We could always like rediscuss and change some procedures. Okay, thank you.
Yes, perfect. That's absolutely correct. Thank you. Any other questions on that, Vice President Hughes?
Yeah. This is Member Hughes. One question, and this might be for Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. Could you just clarify, and again, we don't need to go down like total rabbit hole, because again, we're sort of like, just want people to know if we need to use this. Which of the things President Dockweiler described are codified in policy versus which are just based on precedent that because I think some of it is like procedural, like we could change, and some of it is actually, like, for example, like is 3 in policy, or could we actually recommend 2? Like, could you just give a little bit more clarity about like what's legal versus what's just preference?
Yeah, this is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. Basically, the only thing that's in statute, so is absolute requirement, is that the state board gets to provide 3 candidates to the governor. Everything else is more policy-based. I know one of the reasons they created the subcommittee last time is 1, because of numbers, and 2, because of confidential information. You'll be looking at confidential HR information for these applicants. So they wanted to share that with the fewest amount of people possible, but that is not a requirement. The concern was last time that we wouldn't want to share all that stuff in a public meeting. And then the final candidates, like you wouldn't pick they didn't pick the final 3 from that. They just narrowed down. I think they just narrowed it down a little bit, but I apologize. I'm forgetting a little bit exactly what the process was. But to answer your question, the only thing that's required is the state board provide a list of 3 to the governor.
Thank you.
All right, so it sounds like if this is a route the state board needs to go down, there will be some decisions to be made about process and how we will go about that work. All right, thank you for elevating those questions. So the second bucket that we talked about during our training was relative to the working procedural expectations of the board. So some of those procedures include how meetings flow, and if you look at our agenda today, you might see a few things that are modified from some previous agendas. So you'll see that we've separated informational updates from the consent agenda items. Previously, they were all together. The informational updates are generally categorized as reports that are obligated to be shared with the board, but they do not necessarily require any action on our part, so we thought it made sense to separate those. We also wanted to ensure that those reports were made publicly available, and so you can still find those on the website. The consent agenda items are items that do require action by the board, and our goal is to provide clarity to the public relative to the items and ensure the public access to those reports as well. We also added a proposed regulatory initiative section where information can be elevated by board members through the future agenda items request item. Taken information made, a request made for a future agenda item, and then through the board president and the state superintendent, those items could get elevated to proposed regulatory initiatives item at a future agenda item. This supports the goal of the board being solution focused and action oriented. And the future agenda item request, we are adding feedback loops. A lot of times we cover a lot of information in our board meetings, and a lot of times we haven't circled back to close those feedback loops and update the public on where we are at with some of those items. So we will be providing multiple pathways in which the board can respond. For example, a request may move forward as a formal agenda item, as an informal update, such as on the president's report, or as a memo, providing additional context and responses to any questions raised. And then lastly, we're switching the order of public comment period 2 with the future agenda item requests. And the goal in doing so is for the board to have an opportunity to hear and to listen to the comments during public comment 2, and then have an opportunity to make a future agenda item request immediately following, so we don't have to wait for an entire next board meeting in which to make that request. So we're trying to be more responsive and timely in how we are responding to the information that we receive. Are there any questions on that portion? Yeah, Vice President Hughes.
Yeah, just to add one additional update, one of the things we also talked about during our training is being more judicious about what gets agendized. in really trying to have more discipline in thinking about, do the things we talk about and spend time discussing or voting on actually support the board goals. And so hopefully you see that reflected in this agenda, but would love feedback ongoing from board members. So you see a lot of the things are sort of in the content instructional realm, which supports our current set of goals. And so we tried to, again, pare that down so that we could be a little bit more focused. But if we don't get that right, folks should feel free to mention that, and we'll try to get better as we go.
Thank you, Vice President Hughes. One additional piece of information that we are striving for is to condense the presentations that we receive to approximately 15 minutes so that we can cover the information in a timely manner. And I believe Member Orr, did you have your hand up?
I just wanted, this is Member Orr for the record, I just wanted to say thank you very much for these changes. I think that they are going to make a really big difference. I really appreciate the separation of informational updates from consent agenda items. I think it makes a huge difference to the public in being able to separate what we're making decisions on versus those ideas that are just the reports. I think it makes everything much more transparent, and I really, really appreciate the feedback loop and bringing things forward in that way. So thank you so much for making these changes as the leaders of this board. I really, truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Orr, for your feedback. That is appreciated. And I think that also speaks to the willingness of our board to work cohesively. And this really is an iterative process. We are introducing these changes. And if through feedback from members that there's something that's not working, then we can address that and work to improve how we operate, because we want to make sure that we're being responsive to the community, but then also to the needs of our board members. So please continue to provide us feedback as we go. And with that, that was a lengthy president's report, but I will close that piece and turn it over to Superintendent Ebert for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, those of you that are joining us online and in person. As Member Orr noted, it was a wonderful, joyful celebration for the Milken awardee, Ali Gallus. It's always wonderful to lift up our educators and what they do, and especially with that award, it is not something that you apply for. It's they go seek you out as excelling in our field. So really excited about that. Also doubling down on Reading Week. The team did amazing work as we incorporate not only literacy, but the artwork. I love wearing our shirts every year. Color Our World with Books was the theme, and we had quite a few people participate with Dr. Nell Duke and Dr. Ernest Morrell, as well as other presentations from authors, local authors, national authors, to celebrate and lift up our librarians, our parents. We also had our live event, which there was over 2,800 people that participated. Excuse me, if I'm reading my numbers correct, it says classes participated, and approximately 31,000 students participated with our local authors to celebrate and lift up literacy. So very proud of the team there. And talking about literacy, I also want to lift up Member Keys. Yesterday had an article, column that was published in the Las Vegas Sun. And so when we talk about student engagement, he covered the Nevada SAGE group, which met again last night, and they are moving forward. It's a wonderful group of students. It is not just it's a very diverse group, and it was intentional. As Member Keys presented the SAGE committee to this board, being very intentional that it wasn't just students that are always engaged, with a 4.0 grade point average, but are disengaged youth as well that were included. And so some of the members had actually thought about dropping out of high school. Now they're engaged, they're participating with this group, and it is wonderful to hear their voice and how this board was very supportive of the group starting up, and look forward to AB 316. I mentioned it again last night, student voice in all of the work that we do. Two other large buckets. We know that the legislature is continuing their work. We're over 25% of the way through the legislative session already. It is moving fast and furious. We have the 5 bills which you've been presented, still moving forward in the process. They all have not been heard yet, but that date is coming up. We did hear with the Senate Bill 59 that librarians wanted to work with us to change some of the language that was proposed in that bill. And so our team met with them. We've also been meeting with senators and assembly people on with assembly members in regard to AB 24, which is the competency-based education bill, as well as the Nevada Portrait of a Learner. It is a shift, and so they wanted more time to discuss, what type of shift this is and how it impacts our classrooms and educators. Are we moving in the right direction with the competency-based versus seat time and really leaning in on durable skills? And are we just, which the discussion that you've had as a board many times, is it just another document, living on the wall or other pieces? Are we going to truly resource and embrace the competencies and durable skills? So those meetings are happening and moving forward. On the national front, we saw another announcement yesterday with the U.S. Department of Education downsizing. They are working through, like many other organizations across the United States. What we've been very mindful of and watching that as executive orders are made, as dear colleague letters are pushed out, that we follow the law. Dear colleague letters are not law. We need to be very clear of what is law and what is not law. And so we are following the law as we move forward. The law has not changed at this moment in time. There is a lot of conversation that we all need to be aware of and involved in. But there has not been any specific changes that are affecting the state of Nevada at this moment in time. I also want to publicly thank those that have worked so very hard at the U.S. Department of Education in many aspects of work, whether it's literacy, whether it's equity, whether it's mathematics, making sure that we have the funding that we're entitled to as a state. They work very hard each and every day, and I can only imagine what they are going through as the shift happens. But I continue to remain connected with those that are continuing on with the work and staying informed, and then also providing, what Nevadans would like to see as we move forward, and so that our voice is heard at the national level. For instance, we still continue to know that only 13% of funding is made available for IDEA. We have moved forward not only with the Department of Education, but through the governor's office as well, making sure that they are well aware that it is not funded of what it was required to be, which is about 40%. And so we all have a ways to go in that area. I believe, Madam President, for that, I will pause. And if there are any questions of members of the board, I stand ready to answer them.
This Member Hughes, one question that I hear from many constituents is around funding and some concerns with all the things that they see federally. Can you remind us, I know it's a fairly low percentage of our total education budget that actually comes federally, but can you remind me what that actually is in Nevada?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, percentage-wise out of our budget, I need to phone our friend who has, she's smiling already. I will tell you that it is about 75% of our staff within the Department of Education is federally funded. at this moment in time, the funds and all the publications, until we receive official word on anything, right? It's, you don't want to jump the gun and speculate, but you do want to prepare. That's what's important. The funds will still flow to the states, and the states will have, the intent is the states will have more control. What we're watching is that the formula that's used to drive the funds to the states remains the same. We do not want to see that shift because, as we know, we're population-wise a smaller state, one of the smaller states. So we do not want to see a shift in the amount of funding. Flexibility, we're definitely for flexibility at the state level and then moving it down to the school districts, which would be a positive. We do run into, when we have audits or we conduct audits ourselves in many areas, like everything else stops. And so how we maintain accountability for those funds that are provided, it's that balance component that we work on each and every day to move forward. But hopefully I spoke long enough to give Deputy Superintendent Peterson enough time to look up the percentage.
Thank you, Superintendent. I greatly appreciated that time. It does equate to about 5% of our $7 billion budget, so it's approximately $350 million. I would add the distinction, though, that there is a difference there between discretionary and formulaic funding. And so many of the funding sources that are being talked about at the federal level are the discretionary grants. And so IDEA funding, special education funding, that is more the formulaic side, along with Title I. And then programs like our school-based mental health, restorative justice, more of those program areas, including state longitudinal data system type grants, those are more the discretionary. So those are pieces that we are working through as the guidance is coming down to track and try to manage and identify which may or may not be affected by the decisions that are being talked about at the federal level.
Thank you for that information, Deputy Superintendent Peterson and Superintendent Ebert. That was very helpful. Very much appreciate the proactive nature of planning and having lots of options in case we are facing a need to make some of those choices. Any other questions for the superintendent from board members? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 6. And this agenda item introduces our new section designed to provide key updates on various aspects of Nevada's education system. And as a reminder, these informational updates do not require formal approval from the board, but serve as a platform for fulfilling reporting requirements from districts and charter schools, as well as sharing critical developments from the Nevada Department of Education. These updates ensure that stakeholders, including districts, schools, educators, and the public, remain informed about progress and key developments in Nevada's education system. Are there any questions from the board members about these items? All right, seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda, item 7. I trust that our board members have had ample opportunity to review the consent agenda and the support materials. As a reminder, board members are asked to review all materials and request clarification in writing so that we can provide responses to some of those questions in a timely manner. Any board member may pull an item for discussion, or we can approve items A through H in a single motion. Would any members like to pull an item for discussion, or may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Danielle Ford. I'll go ahead and approve the consent agenda as presented. Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Member Hudson, second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, thank you. Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, that passes. So moving on to agenda item 8. So this is also a new item. This is proposed regulatory initiatives. And this item allows the board to discuss potential regulatory actions for further consideration. As part of our commitment to responsive governance, board members may bring forward issues for discussion based on constituent engagement or significant stakeholder feedback that may warrant inclusion in a future meeting. Board members who wish to bring forward such items can bring them to the board president for consideration or make those requests through the future agenda request agenda item. In collaboration with the state superintendent of public instruction, the board president will determine whether the item is appropriate for inclusion on a future agenda or if a different feedback loop would be more appropriate for the request. Items not added to a future agenda item will be included in the board's president report or be provided with a memo by the Department of Education, as referenced earlier. This process ensures that proposed initiatives are thoroughly reviewed and aligned with our strategic priorities, regulatory responsibilities, and the needs of Nevada's education system. So today you'll see that there are 3 items reflected on the agenda, and big picture, they are for information and discussion as indicated on the agenda. And really it's to share concerns that have risen and to see if there are any concerns from board members in pursuing these items further. So I'll just go through them. So the first, protections for district employees serving on boards. This item emerged as there have been many educators who serve on boards that fall under the Department of Education's purview, such as the Teachers and Leaders Council, the Commission on Professional Standards in Education, and this board, the state board. There has been a history of members across these boards over the years being penalized for their service or not being released from their work to contribute to the boards in which they have been elected or appointed to serve. Second, protections for families and caregivers in cases of bullying. This item emerged as families and caregivers are often not provided information in a timely manner as required and in alignment with the statutes and regulations relative to bullying. They don't receive this information from districts in a timely manner. And so if they go to to appeal the decisions made by the district, they often don't have the support needed to make those requests. And then third, respecialization advancement for licensed educators. This item emerged as educators who are working to enhance their learning through pursuing an advanced degree are not always moved up on the salary schedule in a manner that accurately reflects the degree in which they have earned. And this conversation came up and this recommendation through conversations with CCEA and the Clark County School District. So really just for all 3 of these, looking at them and collecting more information, seeing if there's anything that the state board can do to support these requests that have come to our attention. And I'll leave it there for any questions or additional comments from board members.
Member Ford,
Member
are those
Ford.
3 things listed somewhere separately? I'm just trying to find them. Or is that just your notes that you're kind of reading? Where am I? Yeah, the material.
So the 3 items, yes, they are listed under item A as item 8 as A, B, and C.
Okay. I was trying to develop like a system. I don't know that it's working that great. Okay, I'll find it. I'll circle back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Vice President Hughes.
Yes, Member Hughes. I had a question about the third, so C, the respecialization advancement for licensed educators. My question is, do we know, is that an individual local school board policy versus a state board? Like knowing that that's like a CBA between the union and that district, I'm curious if that is actually more appropriate at the local board level, and I'm not sure what the legal parameters are there.
Thank you, Vice President Hughes, for the question. That is a great question, and those are the types of questions that we can use in whether or not to decide to move one of these forward, any of the items. Really what this would do is engage then the DAG to provide the legal guidance, the Department of Education to provide some of the data, and then that information would be presented to the board or used in the decision-making process of whether or not to move any of these things forward. Thank you. Member Braxton?
Member Braxton, for the record, I just want to add that the volume of concern for these three items is immense. And we're talking about retaliation in a climate that is concerning. And we've heard from numerous teachers who have spent their time and money to get certifications, and being compensated for their work is essential. And, you know, in this day where we have financial insecurity, I mean, this is what we're talking about. So this is more of a statement than a question. And I just want to amplify the need to revisit this and engage with community and hear more from our community members on these topics.
Thank you, Member Braxton. Any other comments, questions from the board?
This is Member Orr. I guess I just have a comment about B. There is state law that requires quite a bit of paperwork and follow-up in any case of bullying. And so I think I'm confused because the law is quite clear that it's very, very specific that any accusation of bullying must be followed up with a report to those who are making the accusation. So I'm confused as to, can you clarify what is being asked of here?
Sure. Thank you for the question. And you're right, there is great specificity, but I think one of the challenges that have emerged is that parents are not being given information in a timely manner, or so for example, if they have 5 days to appeal a bullying situation, and I'm not getting the words right, but follow me here. That if they're not given that information until day 6, they've already missed the 5-day window that they had to appeal. And so when they go to make that appeal, the district can come back and say, well, you missed the 5-day window when they didn't receive the information until day 6. So it's those types of things that they're having challenges with.
But I believe that the district only has 48 hours to provide the report to the parent. So I mean, just by statute, I believe that the district would be breaking the law if they're not providing the parents with the information within a very specific amount of hours. So I think that there might already be protections in place for the parents, and the district might already be breaking law if it's not doing these things. So maybe we can look into that. But I feel like this is an area that's quite clear, and the burden is really on the school. There is quite a large burden on schools, at least. Member Walker, do you agree?
I agree. And I would say that, President Dockweiler, that timeline starts from the report. So there's clear systems in all of the school districts with dealing with bullying just per the law. And so if that's not being followed, I think that's more of a follow-up with the administrators of a specific school.
Thank you so much. Both of you have tremendous expertise and insight on this, so thank you for sharing that. And it could be all the things that you just mentioned, that through collecting more data and looking into this, that may exactly be the case. Member Hudson.
Member Hudson, for a record, just to piggyback, because I think sometimes the schools are getting overwhelmed, because if a kid say bullying, there's a full report. So sometimes teachers or principals have to do 14 reports just because of that one word. So they only have 48 hours to do the investigation. So sometimes they may fall behind because of the time constraint, because a parent could say, well, my kid was being bullied, and it could have been Johnny just pushed them on the playground. Because they said that word, they have to do a full investigation, because we're not teaching our community what bullying is, or to me, is what I'm seeing. It's like, just because it's a word or they feel that way, schools are starting to fall behind because of that one word. So we probably need to look at, address like specifics of how it can help schools, because they may be falling behind because of this issue.
Thank you, Member Hudson. That's valuable insight as well. I'm looking to see if there are any other member Braxton.
Member Braxton, for the record. So what I'm hearing is that there are definite procedures in place, and this has been an exhaustive topic with policies and procedures in place. But my question is the disparity with capacity that some schools may have, and the type of reporting that would be reviewed if a procedure is needed for, let's say, a kid who says that he's been bullied, and because that word is used, then so be it, right? We don't know what we don't know, and my concern is it's better to err on the side of caution and be proactive. And so I appreciate the discussion here, and I look forward to getting more data to make sure that we can protect our students and our teachers and their families.
Thank you, Member Braxton, for summarizing that so well. And since that is just an information and discussion item, we can, unless there are any other members who would like to speak on this, we can move on to agenda item 9. Okay, so seeing none, moving on to agenda item 9, I will lead the board in a discussion of the AB 469 subcommittee. This discussion will cover key aspects of the subcommittee, including its membership, roles, and responsibilities. The board will also have the opportunity to take action on any necessary modification to the subcommittee's membership and leadership. So a lot of members on this board were not on this board back when the subcommittee was operating. So this is a good reminder for everybody to learn more about the work of the subcommittee. So first, I'll provide a brief summary of the subcommittee's past actions. In late 2021, the AB 469 subcommittee was convened based on specific concerns presented to the State Board of Education during public comment by various members of the public and through a request from CCSD to provide clarity on an ambiguous part of the reorganization law, also known as NRS 388G. The board decided that it would address six big buckets. Number 1, defining in good standing and greatest extent possible. Number 2, defining other staff who work under the direct supervision of the principal. Number 3, the requiring of mandatory training. Number 4, creating procedures relating to the selection of teachers. Number 5, revising the dispute resolution process to expand it to any member of the public. And 6, to explore creating a regulation that would place a compliance monitor in CCSD to address areas of noncompliance after the district receives a notice of noncompliance and a request for a plan of corrective action. After months of meetings and after the regulation process was followed, the board adopted 3 regulations to address these concerns. So relative to responsibilities, as I noted, this board and its subcommittee now have an expanded dispute process in place for our constituents to follow should they have any unresolved noncompliance concerns related to the reorganization law, NRS 388G. If there is a noncompliance concern communicated to any member of this board, we should encourage the constituents to follow the compliance dispute process, which we previously established and can be found on CCSD's website, reorg.ccsd.net. Should a resolution not be found using this pathway, the item can be brought to the state board. However, the AB 469 subcommittee can always determine to address an item that has not gone through the compliance dispute process as well. The subcommittee must present any recommendations to the state board, who will then vote on whether or not to take action. Additionally, the subcommittee may recommend exploring the adoption of new regulations or request the state superintendent of public instruction to conduct an investigation under their authority as outlined in NRS 388G.570. The subcommittee must work through the board president and the state superintendent regarding any request for information or for communication with CCSD. So previously, membership of the subcommittee consisted of former Vice President Mark Newbern, Renee Cantu, and me. We were also joined by former CCSD trustee Lisa Guzman, who served on the committee, and I served as the chair. Since two of the subcommittee members are no longer on the board, and I prefer not to continue as chair now that I am the board president, I've asked for volunteers to join the subcommittee. We have Member Braxton raised her hand, Member Hudson, and Member Ford. So those three individuals have stepped forward to serve on the new subcommittee. And as part of this board item, I am recommending to the board that Member Braxton shall serve as the new chair. So relative to this item, do any more board members have any questions?
This is Member Walker.
Go ahead.
You know, when we started this the last time, I was really pushing us to make sure we invited a trustee from Clark County to have their input in this committee. And I would again ask that we extend that invitation, because we can't expect their governing body to be in sync with us if they're not part of the conversation.
Member Walker, that is a great idea, great suggestion, and it was very valuable to have Trustee Guzman on our subcommittee previously. So I will ask Dag Gardner, if we form our subcommittee today, can the subcommittee add a trustee member at their first meeting?
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. You could set the memberships. And so what you could do is you could say, okay, there will be on this committee 3 state board members, 1 board member who will be a trustee. And if you want to keep it at 4, you can. If you want to add another one, you could put them in the categories, or like if you have names, like you said, you had names for the state board members, you could list those and then have a member of the CCSD trustee board. And if you wanted a 5th person or not. But yeah, if you do a motion like that today, then yes, you could do that.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert, for the assist. My microphone wasn't working. Any questions? Member Hughes, you had your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Member Hughes. I was just going to say two quick things. One, I think potential topic for the subcommittee to look at. So I think Mr. Gonzalez mentioned this in his public comment, and I've heard this from some folks. It's probably time that we do take a big picture look of like, are things better at scale because of the reorg, right? Like the committee digs into like the minuscule things, which is important, but also the intent of the law to begin with. Like, is that actually fulfilling its promise or not? And what evidence do we have? Because I think that will be important to present to the legislature ongoing. And then the second, just quick thought, I don't have a super strong opinion, but knowing that this is a Clark County sort of situation, it makes sense that the predominant voices in the subcommittee are folks tied to the district. I also think sometimes that can make it hard to be a neutral party. And so I do think it could be helpful if there is somebody else who's a little bit further removed from Clark, who might bring a different perspective to the mix as well on that subcommittee, just because they might sort of view the world differently than people who are sort of hearing day over day from schools, just to sort of balance that out.
Thank you. And Member Ford, please go ahead.
Thank you. I had similar questions. I really liked Ed's line of questioning, just to think of what the goal is. And that's kind of where I kind of already was. And again, just because we've done something before in the past doesn't mean we have to do it that same way now. Just my thought process is just like, what is the purpose of it? And specifically, is it going to be, like, I imagine having some sort of information or suggestions to take to the legislature in 2 years? Like, maybe that could be the goal. And if that is the goal, what is that going to look like? Is it going to be a report? Is it 20 pages? Is it a presentation? Is it a video? Is it going to include information about every single school? Is it going to be, generally based on quadrants? Like what is that going to look like first? And then whatever that work is that we're going to build, who needs to be involved? How many people need to be involved? What kind of voices is that going to include? What kind of skill sets? What kind of experience? And so I guess it's kind of like, I think we should probably start with determining that, like, what's the end result thing that we want to, like, if this was a new company forming or startup or whatever, we're going to pitch to the investors and it's going to look like this. We're going to have this much time. We're going to have to hit these many talking points, who's going to need to be brought into the conversations, how many conversations is that going to be to get to that result? So like, we're just like throwing out ideas, I think that we should intend to pitch the legislature with whatever our discovery is. which are basically the answers to the questions that Member Hughes just brought up. Does it even work? Do people like it? Is it having any type of actual ROI or outcomes for students? What are those outcomes we're going to look at, And then, so I believe that the committee needs to definitely have a principal, and not just like any principal. There are certain principals, especially in CCSD, who have a lot of experience and who are very good at those contracts. In my opinion, principals are educators. They don't necessarily negotiate landscaping, but they've had to become that. So there are some principals that we should involve in that conversation, as well as people who have been participating in SOTs for a long time. So my suggestion is actually, why don't we all three who are going to be on it appoint someone else from CCSD, and then also open it up to possibly a principal. I think somebody outside of CCSD is a great idea to get that context and comparison. And yeah, that's at least that many people, I would say. The three of us, 3 people that have been in SOTs for at least 2 years, working deeply, a principal who has a lot of experience managing everything, all the contracts and everything, and an outsider who understands education but isn't in CCSD, at least. That's like a good little group.
Can I make a recommendation for a motion, and Di Gardner, tell me this is loud or not, given what you just shared? I would move that we move forward with these 3 for the subcommittee with Chair Braxton, and that we charge this group with setting some parameters for who else we want to add, and then come back to this board, and then with their recommendation, so that they can sort of dig into the weeds on what they think makes sense and present that to us, and we can vote on any additional members. Is that allowable?
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. Yeah, that would be allowable.
Okay, so to simplify, my motion is to move forward with these 3. Chair Braxton will come back to us with additional recommendations that we'll vote on.
Thank you, Vice President Hughes. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Member Hudson, second.
All right. Thank you very much. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Any abstentions? All right. So that item 9 passes. Thank you, everybody. And we look forward to hearing from the subcommittee on your first charge. And thank you, Subcommittee Chair Braxton, for agreeing to provide leadership to the subcommittee.
Member Braxton, for the record, thank you.
Next, we will move on to agenda item 10. We will hear a presentation from Lisa Ford, Chief Strategy Officer, and Christopher Huffman, Strategic Consultant from the Nevada Department of Education. They will outline key revisions to the 2030 statewide plan for the improvement of pupils, or the STIP 2030. Following the presentation, the board will be asked to take action to approve the revised plan as required under NRS 385.111.2. And as soon as our presenters are ready, please proceed.
Good morning, President Dockweiler, Superintendent Ebert, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Lisa Ford, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for the Department of Education. I am usually joined by Christopher Huffman, who's our Strategic Initiatives Consultant, but unfortunately he was not able to make it here today, so I am presenting to you solo. Today, we're very proud to present the statewide plan for the improvement of pupils, which for this purposes of this presentation, we've abbreviated to STIP 2030. Today, we'll reflect on the board's input from the January meeting, as well as ongoing collaborations with the department staff and our Region 15 Comprehensive Center partners, WestEd and the American Institute of Research. As a quick review, the STIP 2030 Coordinating Council includes myself, Christopher Huffman, and the team from the Region 15 Comprehensive Centers. Today, we're going to review the purpose of the STIP 2030, introduce the architecture of the STIP 2030, outline the next steps in establishing the framework to drive continuous improvement for Nevada students. The statewide plan for the improvement of pupils is required under NRS 385.111 through 113. In short, this group of revised statutes requires the preparation and annual submission of a plan to improve the achievement of pupils enrolled in public schools. The STIP is the strategic guide to improve educational outcomes for all students in Nevada while aligning with the mandates set forth in NRS. It provides measurable results, actionable initiatives, and community involvement to drive meaningful change. This is a plan framework to connect statewide targets with local efforts, ensuring action focuses on student success. The STIP creates a shared understanding across stakeholders, ensuring alignment and clarity in the department's priorities and stakeholders' goals. This plan is designed to be flexible and iterative, adapting to the dynamic needs of Nevada's public education landscape. By providing regular updates, the plan reinforces accountability and continuous improvement, keeping progress transparent and measurable. Community collaboration has been instrumental to developing STIP 2030. Nevada did partner with WestEd and the American Institute for Research to apply national expertise to state-specific solutions, including engagement with local commissions and councils, helped ensure the plan remains responsive to Nevada's needs. Additionally, a survey was developed and distributed to constituents for input and shared through the department's social media to reach a broader audience. The survey drew input from a cross-section of teachers, parents, students, and administrators, though the majority of responses came from teachers. Overall, the survey pinpointed 3 recurring themes. The first was teacher recruitment. Respondents agreed that improving teacher salaries is essential. Many emphasized competitive pay alone won't solve retention crisis. They highlighted the need for more administrative support, robust mentorship programs, and better working conditions. Some also suggested actively cultivating future educators and engaging high school students early in potential teaching pathways. Over testing and accountability. So concerns were also expressed around standardized testing as a common theme. Participants felt an overemphasis on test scores narrows the curriculum, adds stress for both students and teachers, and undermines teachers' autonomy. Several urged more holistic approach to accountability, one that looks beyond test data when measuring student and school success. A third recurring theme, was centered on how funds are channeled within the education system. Calls for greater transparency, accountability, and equitable distribution, particularly for class size, early childhood programs, and rural schools, featured prominently in the feedback. Respondents also questioned whether current revenue streams are adequate to meet plan goals, underscoring the need for additional or alternative funding sources. The following 5 slides are intended to walk the board through the elements of the plan. The document opens with a letter from the state superintendent, along with an executive summary of the plan and an overview of the strategic framework, which lays the foundation for the board's vision, the department's mission, the board's goals, and the department's theory of action. Following the framework, the reader is introduced to the 3 targets and 8 initiatives that guide the work of the plan to help focus our resources and efforts effectively. Each target is provided with an introduction, the related initiatives in the plan, the department's leads for the work within the target, and the annual performance indicators. The annual performance indicators are metrics used to measure progress toward achievement of targets and are directly tied to policy initiatives under the Nevada State Board of Education's purview. Each annual performance indicator measured is a measurable statement and a connection to the guiding frameworks. After the target, each related initiative is introduced by identifying strategically aligned offices within the department and a set of action items. The action items pinpoint the specific tasks or steps essential for executing the plan's initiatives and reaching its targets. Hitting buttons in my computer is very sensitive. The appendices includes relevant information that helps in the development of the plan, including the most recent set of Nevada academic statistics. It also includes initiative progress updates, which will be the focus of the annual addendums provided through 2030. Once this board passes a motion to adopt the STIP 2030, the department will begin the work of aligning our resources and efforts to the targets and initiatives. This will include calibrating with the divisions and offices on the logic models for each initiative and developing specific metrics for monitoring outputs in the form of deliverables, supports provided, and upcoming milestones. Updates in the form of briefings and presentations are planned to occur in October and March, with March being the annual due date for the amendments. This concludes the presentation of the SIP, and I am prepared at this time to take any questions from the board.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have questions.
Would you like me to stop sharing the slides so that you can see everyone more easily?
Yes, please. I would like to start with questions from the room you're in, if possible. Anybody up north have any questions?
This is Member Walker. I have maybe a suggestion. When you're looking at targets, so target number 2, I really think we should say something about strengthening our licensing processes, because in addition to retention and recruitment, sometimes it takes, schools are waiting with a qualified applicant and they can't get their license done in time. And so I think that anything we could do to streamline that process would be beneficial for school districts.
So I know some of it, thank you very much for that question, Lisa, for the record. So in our action items, and as we're working through developing those metrics in the logic model, the department does have metrics that are looking at the speed with which the department generates licensure through the licensure department. So we've been working really closely with Director Brisky on those timelines and setting those goals. So those will be in the logic models, and I'm happy to push those out once they're.
Okay.
This is Angela for the record. I know that we've spoken offline, but I do believe that it's really important to note that charter schools are not under the same requirements to use the curriculum adopted by the state. And so I would just want to make sure that that is clarified within this document, that high quality instructional materials are used by all schools, but that charters do not have to use the specific curriculum adopted by the state.
Yes, and we had spoken, this is Lisa Ford for the record, we had spoken offline, and that correction will be made before this is published and printed. But
Any members online wish to ask a question? Member else, please.
Hi there, thank you. I was able to reach out to some of my colleagues and they were able to provide a little bit of feedback, and there's just kind of a request or something that they wanted me to bring to light pertaining to the recruitment and retention piece. We all definitely agree that we need to have that goal, but also we would like a little bit of forgiveness possibly. I think sometimes there's a lot of reasons why that goal is not met, and we don't want the priority to be to fill seats with ineffective educators, and we're just going to worsen our problem in education. So maybe like a stance of something that we can list of the steps we've taken to try and reduce that. But in some districts' cases, it's a very lofty goal, which we have to set high goals. But just I guess maybe an area or some room for forgiveness in the sense that that goal's not met, but maybe it's not met for a good reason, I guess. And then the other thing that was brought up is the college and career ready goal. It is a little bit more challenging for rural districts. Most rural districts only have one avenue. We don't do AP or the IB courses or things like that. So like in my district, the only option we have is dual enrollment, and that's pretty limited, and that's just a staffing issue. But a lot of rural Nevada is in that same scenario. So we were able to meet it, but as staffing needs change, one grade level can change the entire school's class schedule significantly. So that could be, and I know a neighboring district of mine, a colleague, they're concerned about that into the future, just trying to meet the needs of those specific students. So, and then I guess another question is if we as districts are not meeting these goals, what does the follow-up or the technical assistance look like after that?
Lisa Ford for the record. So I'm very glad you asked that question, Member Tate. Because really what we're looking at for the state's response to the STIP is what are the supports that are needed within the districts that the state needs to mobilize resources for. So how do we utilize that data at the state level to drive program and processes that we provide for supports around technical assistance or professional development?
All right, thank you. I just one more time for the record. I feel like, especially not knowing what staffing is going to look like and things like that in the future. I don't disagree with any of these goals. I think it's a little bit lofty. I feel maybe sometimes we'd be better off to focus on one or two things more. But I just wanted to get that out there. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Else. We have Superintendent Ebert up.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert, for the record. Superintendent Else, thank you for bringing that, and I appreciate Chief Strategy Officer Lisa Ford's response. What I also want to do is, to look at the current data, which all of the rural school districts have made great gains in attaining staff over the last few years. I know it might be, looking in the rear, I'm glad you're nodding your head, looking in the rearview mirror and knowing what, staffing is like and how in the rural areas, when you're 2.5 hours away from any central shopping, people consider is that the community that they want to live in? It is a consideration, but I do want to lift up that you and your colleagues, and then also too the access to coursework through the federal funds that we've received. The rural school districts have provided more coursework than ever in college and career in AP. And so it's something, again, I just want to double down on what Lisa Ford was saying. It is incumbent upon the Department of Education to make sure that you have those supports. And we are not there yet in any way, shape, or form. I don't want to sugarcoat that, but I also want to note the progress that all of the rural school districts have made to ensure that all students have access to coursework.
Wonderful. Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. Next, we have Member Ford. Next, we will have Member Hughes.
Okay, thank you, Member Hughes, for the record. So I've said this many times, but I'll say it again, that this is one of the most important things this board does because it is really should be the blueprint for improvement of state outcomes for students. And again, just want to recognize and appreciate the hard work that's happened. I know that we've given a lot of feedback. I do see some of those pieces of feedback incorporated and some of those tweaks made to the structure and simplification. So just want to give a shout out there. I also have been doing a bunch of research myself around looking at outlier states that have surpassed national outcomes and sort of what their approach has been, and talking to those state leaders and sort of their approach. And that has sort of led me to the conclusion that I don't think this document is there yet, where I would feel comfortable supporting it in the current form. And sort of the three things that give me pause are, one, I still feel like there's a lack of focus and precision. And so there's at the beginning, it sort of introduces saying this document or the strategy is designed to realize the vision and goals of the State Board of Education. And yet many of the goals and strategies that are listed are actually very tangential to those goals. And so if you think about alignment and focus, I'm not sure that we're there yet. So that's sort of concern number one. Concern number two is, I think if you gave this to most people, they could not articulate what the theory of the problem is. What's the diagnosis, right? So if you think about a healthcare example, you go into the doctor's office, you want to know what's wrong with me and tell me the 3 specific things that are going to address that issue that I'm dealing with. You don't want to come back with a laundry list of 50 things that say here's how you increase your overall health, do these 50 things. And I feel like that's sort of where we're at in the current iteration. If the goal is it's the improvement of pupils, it should be what is our biggest root causes, and let's put most of our time and energy on those things, right? So I don't think that anybody could understand what the diagnosis is from this document because there's such a wide variety of topics we're still trying to address. That's not to say we're not going to do those other things, right? And that there are great staff in the department who are still holding those things, moving those things forward. But if we think about what are the key levers we pull, to improve student outcomes, like I don't think all of those things I would include in that list. And then the third sort of concern that gives me pause is when you look at the specific goals, particularly the academic goals. I have a lot of questions about how they were set and sort of why we think those are appropriate, but I don't think those are ambitious enough and are particularly inspiring to rally our community around when we're like, we're going to increase by 5%. And so I personally get frustrated about like we continue to send out press releases about like our 1% increases. Like our kids and families deserve much greater gains, and we should be setting much more ambitious goals for where we want to head. So again, I think like structurally, I appreciate it. Makes sense. I think the logic, is tighter than it was. But I still, again, if this is our blueprint for getting better, I think there's still a decent amount of ways to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hughes. I have some questions for you because I think you raised some critical points. So the first one relative to the lack of focus and precision. So given your expertise and background, how would you recommend being more precise or focused, or how would you improve that?
Yeah, I think it really starts with, so I'll use another analogy of like a teacher in the classroom, right? So you're working with a student and you think about like, what are their misunderstandings of a particular concept? And then you tailor your instruction to those specific misunderstandings. So I think it really starts with like a clear diagnosis of where the biggest challenge, like what are the biggest things holding us back? And then the intervention should specifically address those things. And so I think these are all like, this is not to say these are not all important things at some point in time we should consider. I just don't know that they all hold the same weight as you think about solving the challenge at hand. And so I think more precision, more focus is saying like, here's the 2 to 3 things we think are most holding our system back, and we're going to go all in on those 2 or 3 things. And that because we've identified using the data and our analysis that those are the things most likely to lift the entire system up. It is a specific example. So I've had a lot of conversations with folks in Louisiana, which when you look at the NAEP scores, were one of the states that were kind of bucked the national trend pretty significantly. And when you talk to them about what they did, they were laser focused on things around curriculum, around teachers' ability to increase, or sort of utilize those material. Like they sort of chose 3 things and put sort of all their focus there. And that's not to say they weren't talking about educator retention and all those things, right? But I think that it's just like we've got to get more laser-like in this, and right now it's sort of a flashlight.
Thank you for that. So another follow-up question. So for the 3 targets that are listed here, access relative to staffing and educators, and then resources for support. So what I'm hearing is like, while we have 3 things, they're just not specific enough for what you're hoping to see. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like again, I'll stop talking in a minute. So the way I think about this is target 1 is sort of the top level North Star, right? And then we're saying, okay, what's currently preventing us from providing more students with equitable access to high quality PK-12 learning, right? And then from there we say, okay, here's the couple of things we've identified. To Member Elsa's point, that I'm assuming that probably educator development and retention is probably one of the key levers we'd focus on, but maybe I don't know what the data says about that, right? But in terms of student outcomes, but it's like, if that's the highest level thing, yeah, then what are the couple of things that support increasing access given what we think is holding us most back? So I don't know if that's helpful, but.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Looking to see Member Ford.
I thank you for all of those comments, and you could keep talking if you wanted to, because pretty much everything that you are saying is what I've been trying to like verbalize somehow. So I completely agree with all of that. And just, I think, I personally, I follow a lot of like what's going on with AI, and the ways that the world is about to change, I don't think we even understand. It's almost another revolution. Probably in 6 to 8 months, we're going to be operating at a very different level across all industries and platforms. And I don't mean just the education space, like having content and kids being able to use AI to write their report or something. I mean, in the developments that are coming out with these reasoning and thinking models and going to be accessible. Just there's going to be more AI agents than humans on the planet in about 2 years. Okay, like, and what that is right now I have a board meeting assistant agent who has just told me is very concerned that this plan just, what did they say? Let me see. It's requesting that I get exact numbers and targets that we're aiming for, and that it's saying that, where did it go? The deadlines and milestones are not realistic, and that the Department of Ed doesn't have the resources to make this happen. So that's what it's just telling me, okay? and and that is just like, I don't want to go too much like tinfoil stuff, but there's so much opportunity that's coming out to do the things that we've been saying in education that we want education to be, which is teaching kids how to learn. And we finally have that ability. I don't know, I'm just going to go off on a little AI tangent, but the thing with AI, we've had that, but the large language models and the GPTs. So a GPT is a generative pre-training transformer, and that means that you can create it to be anything. So you can create an assistant, or you can create a Spanish teacher, or you can create literally anything. You can create a clone. I did a presentation last Saturday for the ELI Institute, and I taught educators how to clone themselves. And you can create a clone of your admin so that you can write emails to that person and make sure you're responding in a respectful way. And you can create anything you need. What I'm saying is that I truly believe that anything that we implement now, between now and like 8 months from now, is pretty much useless because of all of the advancements that are going to come out in that time frame. That we should really be looking at, like, how can we be going with it, taking education in a way that, oh, and I'm sorry, my ADHD is all over the place right now. The thing with large language models, what they are is that it's an opportunity, it's a way for humans to now talk to computers using language. We've always been able to talk to computers, you just had to know coding and programming. Now you just have to know how to talk to somebody. And the people who are struggling with AI and the large language models are those who don't know how to communicate with humans, like the coders. You hear a lot of like pushback. And the people that are going to be really successful with AI are those who know how to teach. Because you're teaching, yes, this transformer, and we can literally transform how we do education by embracing the things that are about to hit us right in our face. Like, it's going to hit us fast, almost like another pandemic, but it's going to be AI. And we have to be ready, just like we weren't ready to, move forward from that in a new direction. We should be ready to embrace these changes and empower our educators so that they can actually create the education that all parents say that they want, which is teaching critical thinking and teaching kids how to learn, not just what to learn. So I don't mean to just like kind of, dismiss all this hard work. I think it's great. I just really don't, I think it's going to be moot. I really love the idea of the diagnosis, and my marketing brain just spiraled out. And I was like, that would be a great way to brand the plan. And if we even created a comparative for the community, like, here's our diagnosis. And when you do a systemic, holistic type of integrative healing process, it's multi-systems. Your body has all these multi-systems. And the first thing you have to do is protect. And so if you're going to treat something, you're going to treat your liver, you're going to treat your brain, you're going to whatever. First, you have to make sure that you're not going to do any damage to the other organs. And so how do we protect these things as we move through? So then you create these like guardrails. So that would be level one. And then it would be like, here's the 3 things we're going to focus on. Okay, we're just going to be the kidneys, the liver, and whatever. Okay. And here's the 3 things that we're going to do of these 20 options that we could do. We think these 3 things are going to be the most effective. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do it for this time frame. We're going to review the results, and we might add in these 2 other ones. So I think it would actually be a really kind of cute idea to brand a plan in that way for the community to be able to follow it and to know like which phase we're in, because you want to protect and then you want to repair and then you want to, keep on going through that with each thing until you're fully healthy. So I'm sorry, kind of a lot of tangents there, but that's just where I am. I think that we're all kind of on the same page, but I just think it's kind of silly and kind of extra work to even approve something like this at this point. That's all.
Thank you, Member Ford. So many important things to think about. But I think you raised a lot of good points that we are living in an ever-changing environment, not only with technology and AI, but also with what Superintendent Ebert mentioned earlier, with changes to the federal government, changes to our state policy. We have a legislative session going on right now. And Ms. Ford mentioned that this document is adaptive and flexible. So all these conversations are making me think that this is really more of, well, it is a document, but it's fluid, it's flexible. It's like a working, living, breathing, kind of to the point of the AI piece, that this is something that could be enhanced and made as part of an ongoing effort. So I'll turn it over to Superintendent Ebert to share some thoughts.
Thank you. And I appreciate that AI validates the department has minimal resources. Along those lines, I'm looking for clarity, and I also want to add some context because in this boardroom, we've spoken many times about how Mississippi has leapfrogged above the state of Nevada in literacy. And when we did a deep dive with what Mississippi did, is they specifically had learning strategists that were selected by the Department of Education. They had the curriculum, which was selected by the Department of Education, and it was applied consistently across the entire state. So it wasn't left up to individual schools to determine who the literacy specialist would be. They were actually interviewed and hired by the Mississippi Department of Education for consistency. That is not the context which Nevada currently lives. Now, that doesn't mean we can't go to the legislature and say, this is the construct. We want to fund literacy strategists or, have the funding, principals and board members and all of that. But the cost of literacy strategists are in the individual school districts. And so now, make them all follow the Department of Education construct for success. In Louisiana, please remember, they are all mainly charter schools, and there too, they are required to use a single curriculum. That is not the construct within Nevada. I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but to just say state X is doing something, we have to understand, dig deep into what they're doing, and then is that where we want to go in Nevada, and do we have the willpower to do so? With that, I just clarity for this because, and I know some of the board members are new, but we have been bringing this information to the board since October, and the board did approve the targets, and actually we rearranged quite a bit. So the 3 targets were approved by the board, and then we broke it into initiatives. We did the directors do make based data decision making through this work. It is not all reflected in the backup materials. So to what extent the detail that the board is looking for, I would like the board to give us clear and specific direction, like to what level, because we could be chasing, include X, include Y, and at what level do you believe that the staff has done the proper analysis or has not? If that's the case, asking those questions of, did we investigate other states that have had 5% gain year over year over the last couple of years? So I'll pause there. I'm looking for specific guidance in the document that we're asking the board to approve.
I guess one question, and I appreciate that context. and certainly there's contextual differences state to state that we need to be. Mississippi is actually an interesting example because when you look at some of the things that they prioritize, yes, like the how they did it, that's contextualized, but they put a lot of energy and focus on literacy. And then you saw literacy gains, right? And so my concern is that we're spreading ourselves too thin, right? And that we need to sort of continue to refine and narrow, because when you do look at those states, even though the how looks different for the context, like when you see states that make outsized gains, they're not trying to take on 30 things, right? They're trying to take on a few key initiatives that they're going all in on because they felt like literacy was going to be the thing that lifted their entire system up. And then they'll move on to the next thing, right? Once they sort of get that stable. And so I think that's what I'm not seeing.
So would you like us to just have one target?
Well, I guess maybe my question for Lisa is, could you sort of walk us through, like, what is the diagnosis? So if you think about, here's the current state of reality in our education system, like, what did you all determine? What were the couple of things that were most holding our system back that then this plan was based on? Because that's still, I'm having trouble understanding that from looking at the list of initiatives of like what the theory is of what the key things that we think are going to give us the biggest bang for our buck are, given whatever analysis you all did. So if you could walk us through that maybe will help me understand better why it's organized this way.
Sure, Lisa Ford for the record. Really in looking at those targets, we wanted to minimize, because in the previous step, there was much more diversified portfolio of data sets that were being collected and focused on. So we really wanted to refine and narrow the target. So when we really looked at providing equitable access to high quality PK-12 learning and really focusing on what that learning is for high quality materials and looking at how we expand specialized services for students that are struggling. So our focuses are on reading, are on mathematics, are on working with students that have special needs, and that are multi-language learners. So really, how are we doing that in that realm? We know that none of that can be done without strengthening and developing and retaining our educators and having a really solid workforce in our schools to deliver instruction, high quality instruction aligned to high quality materials aligned to the standards and the supports that students need. So really looking at that, as well as then leading into that informs how we strategically utilize our resources within the department, both our funding mechanisms, as well as our staff capacities to support the work that's going on within school districts. And I think what might lend more clarity and specificity to the question that you're asking are the logic models that are in development. So we're really taking these logic models, working very closely with our directors to create the inputs and outputs within the system so that we can really measure the outcomes that we're looking to. And because this plan is meant to iterate, is meant to be data-driven and data responsive, we're able to then look at what we're doing as a state, where we're effectuating outcomes based on the practices that we're upholding at the state and delivering in order to further refine and further narrow and really get to those, if you will, root causes that we may not have yet uncovered, right? And the supports that the state is providing that really effectuate the greatest improvement in student outcomes across the state. So really, this plan is meant to iterate with data. It's meant to iterate as the landscape of education changes and we bring in AI, and AI takes a more prominent role in society so that we can do that. And we're planning on regularly reporting out the data to the board so that the board is then informed about the outcomes the state is receiving. We're also talking about, as we're presenting information to the board moving forward, that those presentations would be closely tied to the STIP target and initiative and reported out so that you could see those outcomes and how this work ties together. So that as you go to make these policy practice decisions, you have the information you need to make well-informed decisions. I hope that answered your question.
Sort of. So can I just play back what I think I heard? And I think the first thing you said aligns with feedback the board provided previously, that the targets, the high level targets, I don't know if I'd call them targets, but sort of like categories of focus, that those were things we agreed with, but we thought that maybe they weren't all of equal weight. And what I'm hearing you say is if we think about the ultimate outcome being about providing equitable access to high quality PK-12 learning, right? And then we think some of the key ways to do that are around strengthening our educator workforce, right? That's a key lever, and strategic investments. Okay. So I think like that from like a framework makes sense. I wouldn't put them all three equal. I would say like 1 is the ultimate goal, 2 and 3 are a means to an end, not like equal weighting. So that's what I'm taking away from. So maybe that suggests some revision there. But then I think where I get lost, I think, is when you look at the specific initiatives under each of those, that's where it gets murky about like what we're solving for. So like if we thought about providing access to high quality PK-12 learning as the North Star, and right now we look at our data and say the area we need to focus most on is literacy achievement, right? So then we would think about under strengthen educator development, all those initiatives would be about how do we strengthen the ability to improve literacy outcomes, because that's the thing we've identified that's a key barrier under sort of that more global goal. And then we think about, okay, then how are resources being invested specifically around that goal, around improving literacy, right? And so I think that's the line that I'm missing. Is it still like the framework makes sense if I were to put number 1 at the top and then 2 and 3 is support of number 1. But then when you get to the initiative level, we sort of lose the thread about like what are our most pressing challenges that are preventing us from number 1. And so I think that's where I'm like still kind of stuck. But I think like conceptually what you said makes sense. It's the details that then don't seem like they're not as aligned.
So Member Hughes, this is Christy McGill, and I just want to take you through, I think that the STIP here that you see today gives you that foundation knowledge of what we're doing, of what your department is doing. And so, for example, let's take the teacher recruitment and retention. One of so that's what we're doing now, and would really love to work with this board to start to ferret out how do we connect the field's needs to teacher recruitment and retention to the policy. And that's where you all come in. You guys are the policy arm. And so how do we do a good job of connecting those two? And you're going to help us build out those policy goals. So I didn't want to just, step in and say, here's your policy goals without really going through a process with you first. But what you see in that teacher recruitment and retention is some of the strategies that we have been doing. And we've been working with our districts. We've been using data to base. I hope what you see in that section is that we have a real commitment to diversifying our workforce to meet the needs of our diversified students. So what kind of policy does that mean? And that's the fun piece. I mean, for me, it's fun that we get to work with this board to really flesh out in this document. I hope does that make sense, Member Hughes?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think that makes sense.
All right, we have a few other members who have questions, so I'm going to look to Member Braxton because she has not had a chance to speak on this item yet.
Member Braxton, for the record. Well, first off, I think this is it is a well synthesized report. A lot of time went into this. However, in this present time, we've been able to address some of the unknowns, the AI, the theory of change, if you will. But then there are some of the knowns. And what we know is that we're in a current legislative session, and the session is robust with some resources that could be considered so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but be guided by some things that may help our state. And of course, we have new members on the board to consider with reviewing this material. But I'd like to know, has there been community input into the final draft of this report. I know there was a lot of community input that went into creating this document, but now that document has it's at its final draft phase. I'm curious to know what the community input is for that and getting greater public comment on something so important as this. How would it be actualized? What is some of the concerns? What does the funding look like? You know, so that's more or less a comment with a little bit of a question on about follow-up.
Thank you, Member Braxton. Well, you raise a good question because the community survey did close on last Friday. So it was what, 5 days ago, 4 days ago? Do the math. And correct, the version that's online has not been iterated to include that feedback. So I will toss it to Ms. Ford to please share what the process is for that to, since this is adaptable and flexible, how that information will be included or reflected in the draft.
I'm not clear on the question. Oh, you weren't asking me.
Oh, wrong Ford.
I got answers.
Lisa
I
Ford.
just don't know. That is funny.
Lisa Ford for the record. We are in the process of still disaggregating the data. The data that came back in and most of the comments that we received from the public that did take the survey, and the vast majority were teachers within the system, really were more focused on school district policy and school policy rather than state policy. So there was a little bit of a disconnect, which in my mind said to me that we need to do a really good job or a better job at communicating what the State Department of Education and the State Board of Education really do and what they really have purview over. So as we're developing these materials for posting, we want to really put together more community, parent, focused materials so that they have a better understanding of the work of the department and the State Board of Education and how that is different than the work of the districts and the individual school buildings.
Thank you for that explanation. One of the key takeaways that I'm having from this conversation is, given that we are living in a dynamic and changing landscape, more so than perhaps at some other times, that these targets and initiatives that we're looking at in the STIP, while this is a changing document, the what that we're trying to achieve might not necessarily change, but the how and how we go about it, those are the pieces that may be nimble and flexible depending on what happens at so many different levels. So I definitely, for me, what I see really is that what we want to achieve doesn't change so much as the how, and I'm okay with that, those pieces being flexible because they have to be. Like the last time we passed the STIP, we passed it and it was good for 5 years. I don't think that there's anything in this world that remains stable for 5 years anymore. So, I think that shifting our mindsets and what this document does and how it's going to go about achieving what we want it to achieve, we might have to be flexible with that as well. And I know we have Member Else and then Member Ford, I believe, who want to make some comments. So I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Member Else?
Yes, thank you. I will be brief, I promise. I just wanted to kind of reiterate a little bit, piggyback off of Tim's comments. I think the one thing that we see when we go through this is we're already being held accountable as school districts for a lot of these things, either through the NSPF or ACING accountability. And so I think that if it were a more streamlined document with a more narrow focus, we'd have a better chance of seeing success within that being followed. Not that all of these other things aren't going to happen. I just think that we're going to burden it down with so much accountability pieces of it that it may miss the point of what we're looking for.
Thank you, Member Ford.
Okay, so I've been watching a lot of CCSD meetings, and especially Dr. Linda Young, who is goals. So I'm going to channel my Dr. Linda Young, and I'm going to give you a quote, probably 2 quotes. The first one is Henry Ford, and he said, if I had asked the people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. So we are surveying the community. That's great. But I don't think the community knows what's coming or what is going to be available or what type of education is going to be at their fingertips very soon. I'm going to give you a second quote. And this is from a person who is often quoted. I've heard this person quoted in probably every single board meeting, and that is Albert Einstein. But the quote I want to read verbatim is, "Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited to all that we know and understand, while imagination embraces the entire world and all there ever will be to know and understand." And so we are at a time point that is unlike any other. It's different than the internet revolution. It's different than social media revolution. It's a brand new thing. And what I'm trying to convey is that although I wouldn't have been able to say this when this work started in October, because even the things that have changed the AI models with them being able to have reasoning is only 6 months old. And the things that is coming, it's going to change so much in the next 6 months, and then it's going to kind of fizzle out for a while. And so that's the point in time in 6 to 8 months when we actually could set a 5-year plan, because we will have all of that information and be able to have more of a clear picture of what is possible. And some of those things that are going to be possible and at our fingertips that we have never had an opportunity before could solve a lot of our problems. For instance, the money problem. There's an ability here. There's going to be an opportunity to tap into our educators and create a statewide framework curriculum that is their brainchild, that is the best of our people. And that would be free. It's free. It's available. There's a phrase called open source. That's what the revolution is right now. AI has become open source, meaning anyone can access it. And I've been thinking about it. I'm not ready to completely explain my thoughts, but there are ways that we could tap into our educators and create like an open source curriculum that is peer reviewed by them and accessible to all of our students. And we could bypass a lot of the curriculum companies. There's going to be people that are going to want to fight that. That's a whole other thing. I don't want to go down that road right now. But we do have an opportunity to save money. We have an opportunity to actually value our educators like we say that we do, and be able to pay them good salaries and be able to solve our educator shortage and be able to retain our educators. But we can't say what it is right now because the things that we need won't exist for another 4 months. Back to reality land. What are the laws? I know that one of the things per NRS that the board has to do is approve a SIP, right? And that's a 5-year plan. So how much leeway do we have with that? And what would it look like if, I guess my big problem with it is that I don't want to commit to 5 years for anything. We could commit to a year, and we can, if we kept the last 4 years of it a little murky, and, in like computers and programming, you work in if-then sequences. And everything is if-then. We're going to do this for this first year. If this happens, then we do this. Then you have 7 ifs. If AI goes and gives us an opportunity to tap into our educators and create some sort of universal knowledge base that's free and gets us to, a new version of education, then we will do this, this, and that. If that doesn't happen, then we'll continue forward with this plan as presented or whatever. Like, are we able to have a STIP that is more, I would say, murky, and maybe only like, and I think we need some language in there that is going to encompass all of the things that we know are coming, but it's just so hard to wrap your brain around when you know what is going to be possible, but you just don't know what those things are yet. Yeah.
Thank you, Member Ford. There's a lot of that in the world right now. And I appreciate you bringing up the question about the timeline, because while it is a 5-year plan, one of the recommendations in here that was mentioned was annually an addendum is presented to the board for approval. So that could be, to your point of maybe it's good for a year and then we revisit that, knowing that there's going to be changes and stuff coming up. So I appreciate you calling that part out, because I that's part of how I'm also conceptualizing. This is not it is 5-year plan, but we can revisit it and amend and revise and update it at any time. So Member Ford had said it might need a lot of changes, which is it could be. So I will turn it to Superintendent Ebert for some comments and then Member
you.
Keys.
Thank you. And then going back to the clear direction in regard to targets. This board did approve the targets, and so I'm just going to pull out target number 2, strengthen educator development, retention, and recruitment efforts. And so then there are annual performance indicators in that area based on data from the school districts. To decrease by at least 20% the unfilled positions, making sure that at least 95% of the staff are filled, all of those components that are there. Maintaining the workforce and diversifying the workforce. The team has spent hundreds of hours, literally, on this body of work. So the question is, if you want to focus on literacy, we do have the presentation with the state literacy plan, which I'd say thousands of hours have been put into that plan as well. We have had board members on that committee. We've iterated this document back. I've got a couple things going on. So number one, we moved forward as the State Department of Education staff based on what the board, and you've seen the changes made along the way, the board input. Your options today are to approve as is, making sure that as presented, that the other community input and the recommendation that Member Orr had noted with the charter schools curriculum not being there. So making the updates, you can approve it with the caveat that it's going to be revisited in 2 months, 6 months, whatever that component is that the board decides. That's one option. The other option is to not approve it. If that is how you move forward, the Department of Education needs clear direction on what the targets the board is setting. And so then we can develop those components, we can make sure we do the root cause analysis on whatever target you want us to hit. We will ensure that that is completed and then develop the components to reaching that target. It is in statute that this is to be approved before the end of May, and excuse me, not the end of May, end of March, another M month. But that doesn't mean that you have to approve it. We would just report to the Legislative Council Bureau that the State Board of Education has determined not to move forward, and we're going to reinvest, shift, pivot, whatever words the state board would like to use. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent, for clarifying those options. Member Keys.
So what I'm hearing a lot from the board is that there are a lot of unknowns with what's going to happen in the next year, next 5 years, next 6 months. But I think we need to start with what we do know. We know that we need to provide universal access to high quality K-12 learning, strengthen educator development, retention, and recruitment efforts, and strategically utilize available resources to support student learning. Those are what we do know, and those are what the targets are on the STIP. I think what is nice about the STIP is that we can review it every year. It's a living document. Like, it's our plan, but plans can always change. If in a year we realize that, oh, there's this wonderful AI tool that will revolutionize education, then we can take a look at that then and really understand how that can apply to the targets that we as a state board have decided are our priorities. But right now, I think we are working with what we know works. We know that we need these things, and we know that the initiatives have supported the improvement of those targets. So I think that this plan as it is right now, I understand the want from some of the board members to kind of have a why to the targets, I'd say. to the point where it's like, why do we need to strengthen educator development, retention, and recruitment efforts? Like, how does that directly lead? But I do think that would be a smaller adjustment to the document instead of a full revision, which in my opinion, I don't think is necessary, because I think we have a good groundwork here for the next 5 years when everything is so uncertain that we can stick to the things that we do know. And then once we get some of those uncertainties realized, we can adjust the plan accordingly.
Thank you, Member Keys. You expressed where my thinking was heading as well, so thank you. A couple more comments, and then I will take a motion. Anybody, Member Hudson? Member Ford, and then Member Hudson, and then Member Orr.
I just have a couple thoughts. And so first of all, I just want to say really quick, Superintendent Ebert, I have like utmost respect for you. Like, I'm just a very straightforward person, right? It's never personal. I just want to say in general today and for the entire term of this board, I like that logic of our team has invested 1,000 hours. It means zero to me. That means like nothing. That's actually the sunk cost fallacy. It's like we have put so much into something, so therefore we should keep on repeating it if we have determined that something may not be the most perfect solution. So I just want to just kind of, for the record, I agree. I think our team is wonderful. I'm really happy with the people and the way that this department is. So this is in no way a criticism. I just don't really love that like logic as a thing to keep us moving forward with something. I also, to answer your questions of like, what do we want to give? I think we should approve something. I don't think we should go forward, especially in such a chaotic time with nothing. But can we, like, what is the scope that it has to be? Like, what's the minimum? Can we just approve either, the 3 things that we say are the what's? And I guess another, and we should also determine that we're going to hold off on any type of large investments or locking into any type of methodologies for the time being, and focus on the big what that we want, and protect our assets right now when things are so like up in the air. And so I guess my big concern, looking at it from like a marketing perspective, is that I don't want a press release or the news to pick up or something. Here's the 5-year plan that Nevada is doing, even if we know that it can be opened, amended in 2 months or 6 months. I don't want to give that perception, have community look at it and then not understand it, and then now feel that they don't know what's going to be happening with education for the next 5 years. If we could rephrase it and maybe put tentative, the tentative STIP clearly marked, or an asterisk that's like to be revised, dependent on these changing times or whatever, something clear that people understand. Because I want to, as a board member, I really want to get to a point in, again, 6 to 8 months or so when we have more answers at the federal and state level and technology based. And it's not like a dig at you, but it's not going to be an AI tool that comes out. It's literally a new way of thinking in every aspect of our lives and how we function as a complete society. There's going to be no getting around it. We'll just wait and see. But I would like to make it really clear that the community is going to be involved, and I would like to somehow bring the community in to help us with that, revised STIP. So if that could be our goal, hey, we don't really know anything except that these are the 3 things that we want to happen, the what's. This is tentative, and when we have more answers, we're going to make this a group effort to determine the rest of the 4.5 years moving forward. Something like that. I could approve something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent recommendation. Member Hudson. And then Member Orr does have her hand up. I want to acknowledge that again. We're coming up to you, I promise, and then we will take a motion.
Okay. Just to reiterate what our student voice said, I agree with a lot of things, the concerns, in that we have as a board member, but I do agree that it is like a start. Instead of, we know there's a lot of issues in Nevada, but at least this gives us like a start to where we know that AI is coming soon. So looking at this problem, how could we use it to better tailor our needs as Nevada, because we are also growing. So not saying, I'm loving that this is a working document and we could say, hey, in 6 months, let's see how we can make the adjustments as needed with the developments of what's going on nationally, locally, whenever, instead of just putting, I don't want to say putting their work, just saying trumpet and let's start all over. Like, I do agree, at least this give us some type of start plan and get in our mind as board members of how can we move forward, knowing these are the targets that most affect our state, and you knowing what is coming ahead, how could we make sure our community, our teachers, students are involved in the process and making sure their voice is heard to make sure the goals are met. So that's a comment.
Excuse me. Thank you, Member Hudson. And Member Orr, to you, please.
Thank you, Member Orr, for the record. I would like to say that I do respect very much the hundreds of hours that have been put into writing this. And I know that our feedback was taken seriously. I do, knowing that, see that there's still maybe missing like a theory of action that we've been talking about for a while. So I think that there could be some edits that would take that into consideration. So what I hear Member Hughes saying that I think I agree with is that maybe we do need one major overriding goal, so that when we talk about the improvement of pupils and we maybe focus on maybe more of an academic goal, that maybe goals 2 and 3 are subservient to that overarching goal number 1 in some way. And so I do really appreciate all of the work that's gone into this. I do not believe that there's any need to start from scratch, and I do not believe that we have any need to do that at all. But as Member Hughes mentioned, this is one of the most important roles of the board. It's in statute. I think it's important that we're all taking it seriously, and I appreciate the discussion and how everybody is really weighing in on this. So that being said, because we are taking it seriously, would it be possible to have a member of the board who has been involved in this discussion for a length of time and taken, really had some commentary and some thought, come and work with members of the department, Lisa, with you and some members of the department, to just do a little bit of refining on a theory of action, bringing that to the next board meeting so that we can adopt something in the next month or so. I think that would be really a way to go. I don't believe that things are moving so quickly and changing so quickly that 60% of the kids in this state are going to be reading at grade level in the next month because of AI. I think we're going to have the same problems that we have. I don't think that things are going to be changing that rapidly. I think we can make decisions. I think we do know the problems, and we do need to focus on diagnosing them and really taking the very limited resources that we do have and putting them towards those major problems. I think the department's done a really good job of figuring out what many of those problems are, but maybe we need to refine that even just a little bit further so that we're just slightly more focused. So I hear, Member Ellis saying that he's heard that from several superintendents and other stakeholders, and I hear Member Hughes saying that, and some other stakeholders. So I'm just proposing that perhaps we take 1 more month and maybe allow one of our board members to come to the table with the department to further refine this just slightly so that we have more of a theory of action that the board can come behind.
I'm wondering, this is Member Walker, and I'm listening to all of this. I'm looking at the targets, and those are the big, broad goals. And these are things that we have to focus on. I think that probably the initiative area is where we could get more specific and dive in a little bit deeper, because we need to make sure that we are providing equitable access to high quality pre-K through 12 learning. I mean, that's why we're here. Now, what those steps are is going to be in the initiatives, and I think that's what needs to be sussed out a little bit. So I don't necessarily think it's the 3 targets. I think we just need to get more specific about the initiatives, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Member Walker, this is Member Hughes. I just wanted to co-sign on that. I agree with that. And Lisa, just to make sure that I was being clear in my first comments, like I think a lot of the initiatives are important and could and should end up in the final version, right? I think it is just about like we have a bank of strategies, right? And I think many of those strategies would actually align to things that we would ultimately land on. I think it is just the refinement of the initiatives. And I think that's why this board approved those broad 3 categories, because we agreed with those broad 3 categories as being important somewhere in the STIP. I think it's really about like what within those broad 3 categories are our focus right now, and then which initiatives that you have in the current document are going to be most supportive of that. So I do think it is probably just like to Member Orr's, like let's get really crisp on the theory of change and the theory of the problem we're trying to solve. And then let's use that to align all the work that you all have already done to sort of pull those in to make sure that there's a clear through line that people can understand.
Thank you, Member Hughes, and all the members who provided input on this item. I would actually like to make a motion on this that we move forward with this version with a very public understanding that is our working draft for the next 6 months. And during that time, the items that were brought up today relative to the specificity and a theory of change will be incorporated into the version that we will see in 6 months. Member Keys?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify your motion a little bit. So are we approving this as our plan with the exception that we will be reviewing it within the next 6 months? Because you said working draft. I just want to make sure that this is the draft that we will be giving to the governor, the LCB, everything like that, or are we not going to send it to them on the March 31st deadline?
This would be the draft that we would be approving with the understanding that it's still being worked on for the next 6 months and will come back to the board. And it will get distributed, yes.
I guess it does seem, maybe I'm misunderstanding the motion. It does seem silly that we would, if we think there are a decent amount of changes, to then approve something and then in 6 months hand something else in that looks different substantially. Like that feels a little odd to me, because then we're gonna like send a false narrative to people that they're gonna think that's mostly the plan fully baked and maybe some small tweaks. And I think that what we might come up with in 6 months does look a decent amount different. So that just feels confusing to the public. So I just want to be careful about having multiple versions out there if we think there is a more substantial amount of change that's needed.
Well,
hold on just one moment. So we did have a second for Member Walker, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now we can move into the discussion portion of the process. Member Keys?
Sorry. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like where the conversation was going earlier before the motion was made is that the targets are solid. They're what we approved and what we as a board think we need to focus on. But it's the initiatives that need more specificity. I think as a community member looking at the plan, I will be mainly looking at the targets and then looking at the initiatives. I agree that we need more specificity on the initiatives if that's what the board thinks, but I don't think that would change the document in a substantive way that will cause confusion among the community. I think we say this is our plan, and then in 6 months we're gonna, or I wouldn't even put a date on it. I would just say, and we will be reviewing this within the next year as the tides kind of settle with everything that's going on with the legislative session, with federal laws and everything like that, because it's kind of chaos out there right now. And so we go, this is our plan. we're on solid ground right now. And then once we specify later on and we have a better understanding of where nationally we're going and us as a state we're going, that's when we'll go in with the more specific ways that we achieve these. So I don't think it would be that big of a difference that it would cause mass confusion, if that makes any sense.
Yes, thank you, Member Keys. Member Ford?
I guess that is the question. Do we think it'll be that much different or not? I think it will be different, significantly different. But I'm also fine with like a very clear, this is our 6 month, until we have more clarity with other things. But I imagine going forward that it would probably look different. So if it's going to be confusing, then we should think about that. But if we're going to prepare to be able to explain that change, then it's probably just fine to go ahead and submit right now and then, shift in 6 months or so.
Good question. And just as a reminder to the board already did approve these 3 targets. Right. So to Member Key's point, yes, those 3 targets have already been approved by the board. And so some of the additional, the specificity, I agree. I think that's the pieces that we're talking about enhancing for the next iteration. Just want to make sure we're all understanding and on the same page.
Like if we're going to add a theory of change, that's going to change the whole document. If we're going to get more specific, and like I agree with these goals, the 3. I think we're all in agreement with that. So if we start going through the checklist of like what we agree on, we all agree on that. We all agree that we should try to comply as much as possible with statute. What is it going to look like? And then I think maybe the question that we still haven't come to an agreement on is what percentage of difference in our minds do we think it might be when we account for all the things that, Member Hughes is mentioning, Member Orr is mentioning, all my stuff that I'm mentioning in our own minds, how closely are we picturing a different version being? I would say it's probably 50% different if I'm ballparking, So if it is going to be 50% different or so, does that mean that we should publicize it now? Or does that mean that we should wait? I guess it depends on what we think is going to come.
Thank you for those considerations. I'm not sure that we can put a quantitative value on what we anticipate the changes to be. I'm actually going to turn to the DAG for some procedural guidance on what we passed today, where that will go, and what that will mean for us moving forward.
Okay, this is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. The only real requirement that I see regarding this plan is that in NRS 385111 subsection 2, it says on or before March 31st of each year, the state board shall submit the plan or the revised plan as applicable to, and then it has a list of the governor, joint interim standing committee on education, legislative council bureau, bureau of regents, board of trustee of every school district, and governing body of every charter school. So that is the requirement that is trying to be followed. As far as what this body does, that's the rule, that's the statute. We always try to comply with those. If you can't, you can't, and we do our best to comply with them. There was one point I did want to bring up about focus that Member Hughes mentioned. In NRS 385112, it actually has, I think it's 13 different chunks that are required to be part of the plan. You can focus part of the plan. I think that's fine. The state board has that control, but there's a requirement that those 13 things are inside of the plan as well. So you can only focus it so much because you have to have those 13 things.
Thank you, Deputy Attorney General Gardner. That's very helpful for us to know and to understand. I'll look to Superintendent Ebert for some additional.
No, I very much appreciate all of the comments and looking to the future. None of us does have the crystal ball. And again, going back to 6 months ago, we would not anywhere have imagined where we are today. I do appreciate the motion, and I also too am one for continuous improvement, getting better at getting better. At this moment in time, And Trustee Ford, Member Ford, I do very much appreciate your comments because that's just because, one thing, so many other things come into the universe, right? But what I want to add is the board also too has mentioned that they want to change their goals. And this document is aligned with the current goals. And I think maybe a cover letter to this, as you all have been discussing, the changing landscape, and you can take off 2030 right now, and it is today on March. I've lost track of the days. Thank you. March 12th. As of March 12th, this is where the State Board of Education is. We understand the federal government is changing. We understand the legislature is currently in session. We understand, or when we want to, with the new board members, develop new goals. This will be a fluid document, being very public, as this is a point in time. It's what we always do. We capture where we are at this moment in time, and then but clearly signal so that there isn't confusion. There are many moving parts in education, in AI, all of those pieces. And I think that definitely would help clarify that this is still a work in progress and where we are today.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. So with that, I'm turning back to the DAG. Can I amend my motion?
This is Deputy Superintendent Debbie Gardner. Yes, you may.
Okay. I'd like to keep the motion that we approve the STIP as is today, but what I would like to amend is that we add or work with the Department of Education to add that cover letter with the understanding that at this point in time, this is our thinking, knowing that we are in an ever-changing environment and acknowledging that this version of the STIP will change and that in 6 months, the board will revisit where we're at with our progress and where the world and our current education system is. That's the amendment. That's my amended motion.
This is Member Walker. I'll agree with that.
Okay, we have a second. Do we need another discussion, Dag Gardner?
This is Deputy Superintendent David Gardner. You should ask for a discussion. It's usually the next step, and then you could hold the vote.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amended motion?
This is Member sorry, let me just get you.
Go ahead, thank you.
I am just wondering, so are we saying that we will revisit this STIP at the next meeting with regularity or in 6 months? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Thank you. Yes, important clarification. So the pieces about specificity and the removal or the clarification about the charter schools, that would still be happening, and the information would come back to us with that updated draft in 6 months. So within the 6-month period, and any of the other additional pieces that provide that specificity or lend to the work would come back to us within that 6-month time frame. Member Braxton?
Member Braxton, for the record, I just want to reiterate as I began the comments with community input, would the additional cover letter, include wording regarding changing environment? Could we update that to be changing environment and community input?
Yes.
This is Member Oregon, for the record. I do think I would like to return again to this being one of the most important jobs of the state board again. And I do think that input should happen behind the scenes prior to it coming to meetings. And so I'm famous for voluntelling people, which is not a good quality, but just because I'm famous for it, just in case he is interested. I do think Member Hughes has brought up really good points, and if he were to have time and energy behind the scenes over the next 6 months, I do think it would make sense to have a member of the board helping the department to make some of those revisions. I do think it makes sense to have board members giving feedback to make the revisions along the way. It is an important part of this board's work, so I just like to.
Member Orr, thank you so much for that. We have a smiling and willing Vice President Hughes up here or down here in Southern Nevada. Okay, so with that, all in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, I'm counting. So we have Ford, Hudson, myself, and Braxton as yays. Any opposed?
Member Hughes opposed.
All right, Member Hughes is opposed, and any abstentions? Yeah, so I don't know if we can't hear up north, but Member Orr and Member Dawson Owens, we did not hear your votes.
We voted in the affirmative. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we have 6 yays and 1 nay. So motion passes. Thank you. And with that, we will certainly take a 10-minute break for bio inconveniences. We will resume back here at 11:55.
Oh, of course. I just sent all the information. There's right here. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so nice to meet you. I'm really not playing it too much this first round, so I'm just getting up to speed, but
Yeah.
it's all good.
I know, I was going to add that really all the initiatives, we do progress monitoring.
Yeah.
And so the really great thing is that we have data to show that we are improving in multiple indicators. And it's not like what the
Yeah.
factors went into the all of those
Yeah.
initiatives, you know what I mean? We all
Yeah.
agree number one.
Yeah.
That is so far to all even 2 and 3.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's legislative session. That's about it. Changes so that, and I also have to pull, you know, and build from what you. Yeah. It's something, you know what I mean? That we got, 'cause that
Thank you, everyone. We will resume the meeting in 30 seconds. Okay, thank you, everybody, and welcome back to our State Board of Education meeting. Now we will move on to agenda item 11. And the board will receive a presentation on the implementation of the newly revised 2025 Nevada State Literacy Plan. Shauna Jessen, Director of the Office of Teaching and Learning, along with Janice Black, Education Programs Professional for ELA, Rachel Tillotson, Education Program Professional for ELA and World Languages, and Lori Wilson, Nevada State Literacy Plan Coordinator, will outline the plan's purpose to provide flexible, accessible, and targeted professional development to support statewide literacy goals. Thank you, team, for being here, and please proceed when you are ready.
Thank you. Good morning still for 3 more minutes. It's both ways in the notes. My name is Shauna Jessen for the record, and I have the illustrious privilege of introducing my team, one of which is with me here and 2 are in the north. Janice Black is with me, and Rachel Tillotson is in the north. They're both education program professionals in our office who represent our K-12 language arts division of our office. And then we have Lori Wilson with us as well in the north, who is a contractor with our office and has been critical to this work. So we just represent a portion of the team who's worked on this plan that has been in development for a long time. And we just would like to share with the board our plan for the rollout of professional development and presentation of the final document. And so Janice is going to present to you that plan.
Thank you so much for that introduction. It's Janice Black for the record. And good morning still, I believe, to the board, and good afternoon to those as well online. Next slide, please. Stated here is our purpose to create an implementation plan that is flexible, accessible, and targeted, offering various opportunities for asynchronous learning in person and virtual formats and printed materials. We have tailored opportunities for various audiences, including literacy specialists, administration, ELA support personnel, and those seeking micro-credentialing as it may align to districts to support the utilization of the NSLP. Next slide, please. These 3 formats magnify the accessibility of the revised NSLP. We are prepared to print and ship at least 2,000 copies to our districts and curriculum directors, which will aid in distribution to nearly 700 schools and state leadership. The infographic is a quick 1-page document that will highlight the key goals and objectives with the QR code that links to the NSLP. The NDE website will host an ADA compliant version of the document as well. Next slide, please. The types of trainings will cater to various audiences over a span of time. These trainings were designed to support adult learners. The asynchronous Canvas course is currently being designed by a team of professionals and representative of our districts and specialized populations to create courses that are comprehensive, structured, and focused on the application of the NSLP while incorporating the ELA standards framework. We are equipping administrators and site literacy leads with knowledge and strategies on how to evaluate literacy instruction and incorporate the NSLP as a cornerstone of their local literacy plans for student achievement. Next slide, please. This timeline details major components of the implementation plan from now to the fall of 2025. We are pleased to say we are currently on pace with this timeline as we have completed NSLP. We have a completed NSLP document that is currently being reviewed for ADA compliance. This document will be linked within the ELA standards framework. Upon printing and online visibility, we aim to have the training available. In-person trainings are scheduled for April 10th in the South and Las Vegas area and April 22nd in the North and Reno area. On May 3rd, we will also host a virtual training for literacy specialists and leads who are unable to attend the in-person training. We have begun work to create training specifically for administrators and micro-credentialing cohorts of up to 35 teachers per 6-week cycle. This timeline will equip educators with the document, tools, strategies, and resources to receive and utilize the revised Nevada State Literacy Plan. I thank you for your time, and I will welcome feedback and questions and open the floor at this time.
Thank you so much for this information. I see Member Walker with his hand raised, so we'll turn to you.
Member Walker, and this is something last week, NASB had their day on the legislature and a representative from the governor's office anticipated that there's going to be a heavy focus on science of reading within all of our schools, which I welcome. And I welcome this work as well. One of my concerns that I have, and I don't think is really addressed yet, even listening to Superintendent Ebert talk about the process that Mississippi went through. I think number one, as we're looking at teacher development, there's the price tag that's associated with that. But then I think the second thing is it's valuing the time of our educators, because we can't count on every teacher to stay after school or give up their weekends or their summers to do this training without compensation. Any other industry, a professional would be compensated for their time. And so I think that as a state board, as Department of Education, as educators, we need to stand up and say that the teacher development is vital to our success, but we also have to support our educators, and we have to make sure that they are compensated for the professional development that they need to do their jobs effectively.
Thank you, Member Walker.
Snaps, claps, and all around.
Thank you for voicing that. Anyone else? We're going to go down south to Member Hughes, then north to Member Orr, and then we'll come back down south.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for all the work. I know that a lot has gone into this, and it's exciting to see it getting to the implementation phase. One question I had that sort of builds on Member Walker's point, because we ask our educators to do so much, what I see when I'm in schools is often, people like can check the box and say like, we did that thing, we complied, but then you go back in a classroom and like nothing changes, right? Because it's like, oh, I just got to go do that thing, but then doesn't actually change what the intent was of implementation. So I'm curious how you all are thinking about measuring impact, measuring effect. Like in 1 year, we'll know that this implementation plan was effective if X, Y, and Z thing happened. Like and I know that's hard at the systems level to understand, right? But and you all have more experience than I do thinking about that. But how would we know that this plan is successful and is actually changing practice?
Can I guess respond?
Please, go ahead.
Janice Black for the record. The plan is to continue in those professional learning groups and working groups with those who attend the training. The benefit of having, especially online or Canvas training, is that it's at no cost for educators. While we can't enforce a training, it's highly suggested. And it being asynchronous as well, it can happen in the time frame in which an educator can access it. And it won't have a limit as to making sure you get it done in this amount of time. They can do it in their leisure. The other great part of this is having the specialized training for the literacy specialists. They're able now to go into their own sites, and we're going to help them create those ongoing professional development plans that already are happening at their school sites based off of the requirements of the literacy specialists and the professional training that already happens on site. So that's also another way to help support that learning. Then there's also the evaluation of our Canvas training. So our Canvas training has evaluation surveys linked to it. Our in-person trainings have evaluation surveys linked to it. And then we also have that community to continually follow up with. So it's really about the department creating themselves as a space of resource and then being able to ask them and evaluate and ask them for that quantitative feedback. So that's pretty much where we are with it. And then we want to continue to develop a very kind of like concise way to be able to capture the data.
All right, thank you, Member Orr. Oh, sorry.
Shawna Jessen for the record.
Yes,
Can I
go ahead.
respond really quick? Also, just to reiterate what Janice has said, we always hope everything we do impacts student achievement positively. So we hope that we don't hope, we plan for that to be an outcome. But at this point, we, as she mentioned, are looking at implementation data right now to make sure that we get numbers covered, that people are aware of it, and it's more of an awareness situation. So that's the plan.
Yeah, thank you. And one just quick thought I was having, because I know this is very difficult to measure all the way through the system, is I think that survey data is super helpful. Like I wonder, and I don't know if we could survey principals, but and maybe this is already in the plan, if we could specify like we would expect these actions to look different in the classroom with kids. And then somehow, even if it's observational, like what is the reporting back mechanism to know like have behaviors changed as a result of those trainings? Because I know it's tough. You like ask teachers like, was this a good training? They're like, yeah, that was great. And like they give positive marks, but then it's like, did that change your practice? But how do we like maybe name, like we were hoping that this module would allow you to do this specific thing. Tell me about how that looks different. And like some way to just drill down. Again, it's imperfect in the world of systems, but yeah, that would feel important, and particularly as we talked about the STIP, and there were some goals around literacy, obviously, and so maybe a way to sort of link those up and think about efficacy. But it's exciting work, but just I know that that's measuring impact is always hard. So
Thank you. Member Orr, please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Member Orr for the record. I have a few questions if you don't mind. So my first is, what are the number of hours of the particular courses, like the expected number of hours? I understand that they're done on your own time, but just kind of, is there an expectation this is a 5-hour course or a 15-hour course? And then within that, what is the major content of each of these courses? Like what are the major objectives or outcomes for each of these courses?
Janice Black for the record. The Canvas course is about a 7-hour course. With all of the tasks, there are discussions, there are objectives in each module, and each module is aligned to each section of the NSLP. The micro-credentialing course is a lot longer. It's an additional step that will kind of equate to nearly 15 hours in micro-credentialing. And that is also being continually worked on with the EdLife team. The objectives that are overarching inside of the Canvas course align to the NSLP. So there's objectives about understanding the science of reading. There's objectives of understanding how to implement the professional learning plan, how to engage families. There's objectives in each module, and I can give you the task list from Canvas course as well, so that way you'll see the objectives, and they also align to the NFL, the framework. I'm like, so many letters. The evaluation framework, the NEPF. So they also align to that as well. Sorry, so there's so many letters, but there's alignment.
Okay, great. And then I was wondering if there is any plan, so I know that these are aligned to just understanding the state literacy plan, but will there be any level or differentiation in the courses for like future, like deeper dives for people who are interested, since this work isn't supposed to be, just like an initial, like, oh, this is the science of reading and here you go. Like, is there long-term planning on additional coursework so that interested people could take higher level or more supportive work?
Janice Black for the record. We have been speaking with EdLife about creating that micro-credentialing cohort, and then also extending that into what that looks like for OTL as a complete office. So that conversation has been started. There's not a complete plan written at this time, but that conversation has started.
Do you have an expected number of teachers that you would want to take these courses? So I know that you are hoping that all of the literacy specialists would take these. Like, I don't know, I have this idea always that you have like hubs and stuff. So if you're literacy specialists in every school are your hubs, right? And they each have spokes, like how many spokes would you want a literacy specialist to like reach out to have, you know, to make an impact in a school? Do you have a number that you would want to take these courses over the next 6 months to feel like you were making a broad impact with this coursework?
Janice Black, for the record, I have definitely pushed for numbers. I'm very excited about that question. At this point, we have 285 educators and literacy leads that have signed up for our trainings. And that means that we had to extend the days here in the Las Vegas area, which I'm very excited about. What we intend to impact those leaders to do is to go back and make sure that they target at least 20 persons on their staff that they will then follow up, support with, and guide through the training as well. What we do know is that the literacy specialist is also going to be armed with being able to provide some sort of maybe short or condensed training to their entire teams. So we do know that each of those 285 persons are then going to impact anywhere between 30 to 60 other persons. And so that's what we're hoping is that is the continued rollout. As far as numbers for the Canvas course, we do anticipate that in each quarter that we have at least 150 educators, and that is just minimally.
Awesome. Just as a point of advice, and it might not necessarily go anywhere, but if you had an hour to an hour and a half long version that was ready to go by June, and all the districts knew that they had an hour and a half long, easy to give out version for their back to school previews, they might be able to plug and play that for back to school. So that would be really great to get out to all the districts. So
Janice Black, for the record, that has also been taken into consideration, and that is what we are expecting the literacy leads to be able to create. So I have a shell of a shortened, condensed training that we're also sending out with the Read by Grade 3 team to some of their All in Nevada trainings that looks like that. It's a 30 minutes to 1 hour of a training that's very condensed on the NSLP to get them started.
For the administrator training that was mentioned, is there any way that that administrator training could lead to, you know, being an administrator can be an isolated experience as a learner? Is there any way that you could work with RPDPs or anything to build like professional learning communities around the literacy training for administrators so that they could talk about implementation and what it looks like at school sites to implement the literacy plan?
Absolutely. The administrator only training is just that. It's an exclusive look at understanding how to implement that plan, how to continually evaluate it, how to create goals around that plan for the specific teams, and how to constantly be able to analyze, is it working, and are we being able to look at literacy instruction with a very focused view. We have already talking to RPDP, and we are identifying people within each region to continually with that work with the admin team as well.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate my fellow board members giving me all this time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Orr. You are appreciated. We have Member Hudson with a question.
Just a quick question. Talking about, because I'm just new with the micro credentials or whatever. Not whatever. I apologize for that phrase. But has it, because I don't know how it works when it comes to like the teacher pay raises or whatever, or if it's like approved, like would this be, I know we have something in our process of the CUs that we could take micro credentials, but have it been approved by the districts that they will accept us from the state, if that makes sense?
Janice Black, for the record, yes. I've already spoken to Washoe County. We knew that we had to make it the minimal course at least 7.5 hours. So then that's a prerequisite to the micro credentialing, like a kind of like addition or add-on. And then the CEUs will be approved. We've worked with, like I said, EdLife, and I've worked with our Canvas course developers to make sure that the Carnegie hours are aligned to that. For example, Washoe County needs a syllabus from the course, and any other counties that need specific things, I've already requested those to make sure that it would be approved.
Thank you.
Great question. Looking at my fellow board members, are there any additional questions for our presenters? Beautiful. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time today and sharing of this information. Next, we will move on to agenda item 12. And now the board will hear a presentation from Patty Oya. Welcome. Director of the Office of Early Learning and Development, Rachel Stepina, Grant Manager for the Preschool Development Grant, Birth to Five, and Anna Severance, Education Program Professional. They will provide an overview of birth to third grade, B3 reforms, highlighting key initiatives and their impact on early learning in Nevada. So please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. For the record, Patty Oya, Director of the Office of Early Learning and Development. I am so happy to introduce my two staff that are going to provide the presentation. Anna Severance is an education programs professional who has been with the department for a very long time, overseeing and helping with the Nevada Ready State Pre-K program, but she recently just took on new job duties of working with all of our B3 projects. And so kindergarten entry and kindergarten transition and early educator of the year award, that is all Anna's new duties. So we're really excited to have someone take that on. And then Rachel Stepina is a contractor who successfully wrote our federal preschool development grant, 3 years, $30 million, and that grant is wrapping up at the end of the year. And this grant funds many of our systems projects. So happy to introduce both of them.
Great, next slide. Thank you, Patty. For the record, it's Anna Severance. I'm Anna Severance. We're here today to share about 2 teams that were selected to participate in the National P3 Institute last fall and to give you an update of the P3 reform work and implementation strategies moving forward. Our objectives include providing a brief overview of what P3 reform is, identifying the state and district leadership that have been very actively engaged in this work, and a few highlights from the National Institute, lessons learned, and work moving forward. We've also included some keywords that we will be referencing throughout the presentation. When referencing our statewide work, we use the terminology B3, which stands for birth to third grade, and P3 stands for preschool to third grade, will also be used when referencing the titles of an organization or event as this is the term that's used by the National P3 Center. But both of these terms are synonymous, meaning everything before kindergarten, 0 to 5, and through third grade and K3 sector. We will also be referring to the National P3 Framework for planning, implementing, evaluating P3 approaches, and DAP, which stands for Developmentally Appropriate Practices, as defined by the National Association for Education of Young Children. Next slide. We also just wanted to point out the areas of alignment for our current statewide plan for improvement of pupils, commonly known as the STIP. Our work specifically aligns with Goal 1. All children birth to third grade will have access to quality early care and education. And we also have a lot of areas of overlap in ways we are meeting Goals 2, 3, and 6 that are also. Next slide. First, what is B3? Identified on the right side of this slide, this work is centered around the work of the National P3 Center Framework, which is linked on this slide and also provided in the presentation materials. It is about bridging the gap between birth through age 5 and the K3 pedagogy and classroom instruction while creating a unified research-based lens on what DAP looks like across the continuum, as related to the 8 buckets in the framework, which include administrative effectiveness, teacher effectiveness, learning environments, instructional tools, data-driven improvement, family engagement, cross-sector work, and continuity and pathways, and is aligned to the science of reading and learning and development with a whole child lens. Why now? Identified in the pie on the left-hand side, starting with the piece of the pie coming out in the teal color and going clockwise. It's critical that this work is aligned with the STIP and read by grade 3, which was identified in the previous slide. 2, it is also aligned to personalized competency-based learning, CBL, and the portrait of the learner, which we're very excited about through the nature of competency-based, hands-on, inquiry-based learning for all children in this continuum, and that's represented in the gray slice of the pie. This work is also aimed in continually moving research to policy and practice, represented in the green slice.
which leads to the fourth slice in blue, intentionally making efforts to better align curriculum, assessment, instruction, and related practices in 0 to 5 and K-3 sectors. And the final piece of the pie in yellow, it is absolutely critical to making this work happen in implementation is just state and district leadership and making sure administrative support are fully on board. Next slide. NDE's been involved in this work for over a decade now, and it's been central to our office and our work. This slide just highlights the work of the last 5 years that has helped shape and continues to shape our current B3 work and implementation, and highlighting the importance of leadership in this work that I just mentioned on the previous slide. We were very fortunate and one of the only states in the country to have both the superintendent and deputy superintendent in attendance on our leadership team in 2022, and Deputy Superintendent Dixon was on our team in 2024. Over the years, we've continued to build several main sustainable pillars to this work with existing funding available. As noted at the top, in 2020, we created a Nevada Leadership Certificate Program in partnership with the National P3 Center, funded by Title IIA and the Preschool Development Grant. And developmentally appropriate cohorts for kindergarten and first grade were created and continue today through our Best Served funding, and also continued through PDG in partnership with the RPDPs. In 2022, the developmentally appropriate kindergarten policy statement was approved by NDE and the State Early Childhood Advisory Council, and also presented to this board, as well as the participation of both the superintendent and deputy superintendent in the 2022 P3 Institute and in the lab. And then in 2023, the Northwest Professional RPDP created a statewide early childhood endorsement program. Also in that year, NEPF, and we did an NEPF and DAP crosswalk supporting with support from Title IIA and through the Early Childhood Innovation Literacy Program. Several districts were able to provide additional supports for kindergarten materials and other supports. And we also held our first state P3 summer retreat, which is now held annually. 2024, a B3 approach and action infographic was created, and the state district team participation in the National P3 Institute with Deputy Superintendent Dixon at the helm. And then in 2025, as you all know, we are rolling out Nevada's first ever comprehensive whole child observation-based kindergarten entry assessment. And also, we are also in the process of creating a B3 toolkit to be used statewide. For more information about all of the projects that we're related in those buckets, there's a link in the presentation materials. And then I will turn it over to Rachel, who will provide a little overview about the last Institute in Nevada's application.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Rachel Stepina for the record. Thank you, Anna. It's always great to hear and have a reminder of the wonderful B3 work that we have been doing in the state of Nevada. And I'm very proud of it, and I know you are too. And I wanted to provide an overview of the P3 Institute and Nevada's specific application. The P3 Institute is hosted by the National P3 Center, and it's held every other year. As Anna mentioned, we also sent a state team in October 2022, and the 2024 National P3 Institute focused on 3 primary P3 strategies from the framework for planning, implementing, and evaluating P3 approaches. These 3 strategies they are listed on the screen here, strengthening institutional coherence across pre-K through 3rd grade, organizing school districts to comprehensively support equitable, high-quality instruction, and elementary school principals leadership for P3. As participants in the Institute, we explored these strategies through cross-state team networking, keynote sessions, and state and district team time, supported by guiding questions to dive deeper into these strategies. Of the 14 teams that were accepted in the Institute across the nation, we're very proud to share that Nevada sent 2 teams, both the state and the district team, that was accepted through our application. In that application, on the right-hand side, we aligned our focus to the birth through 3rd grade approach and action that Anna just described in the previous slide. And we also aligned our priorities to the Institute's 3 selected strategies that you see on the left. We highlighted our statewide momentum that Anna just shared, and also featured investments over time in those areas. We also included direct alignment to the Nevada Department of Education work as a whole, such as the Portrait of a Learner and the current STIP. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our state and district team had 14 people total, and we felt it was important to name them here on this slide. However, I will not be reading through the list. I did want to feature the composition of who made up that state team and our district teams, which included 3 NDE staff. And we wanted to pause here to give a special shout out to our Student Achievement Division Deputy Superintendent Dixon for her participation. She supported us through cross-office collaboration through her role and increased those opportunities for us to continue to share about this work. And we truly appreciate that. We also had representation from the Nevada Association of School Administrators, the Nevada System of Higher Education through the University of Nevada, Reno, 2 of Nevada's Regional Professional Development Programs, or RPDPs, and 4 school districts, Elko, Nye, Clark, and Washoe. I'll turn it back over to you, Anna, to share a few more pieces about what we learned during our time together.
Just a few, next slide, please. Thank you, Rachel. Just a few things. What did we learn there? This work is really trying to, there's a few problems that we're trying to solve through this work. One that we're really emphasized within the Institute, one being 4th grade achievement gaps have not changed significantly since the 1990s, as we all know, and indicated by our NAEP scores nationally. We know pre-K works, but we often get stuck there. 3, attendance and engagement have decreased since the pandemic. And 4, inadequate attention to K-3 reforms that reflect science of learning and development. The instructional alignment was also something that was focused. We spent some time in one of the keynotes focusing on a different way of looking at instructional minutes. One such way is shown on the top picture from Boston Public Schools of how they're putting this into action and how they look at different blocks of the day and integrating hands-on learning throughout the day through centers and students. Studios, literacy, STEM, and social emotional learning activities kind of incorporated and integrated throughout the day, to name a few. Bringing learning and joy back into elementary education by using blended pedagogies to improve instructional strategies in elementary classrooms. We also spent some time focusing on district transformation and principal leadership, as well as how states are moving from being a solely K-12 system, which is represented in the yellow arrow in the bottom right, to a P-12 system represented by the green arrow, and ultimately working towards a system that is truly P-12, including engaging meaningfully with community early childhood programs at the top level on the blue level. Next slide. Now Rachel will share a little bit more about the state and district progress and action steps resulting in the participation in this institute.
Thank you. Rachel Sapina for the record. As Institute participants engaged in state and district team time, we collaboratively explored what does this mean for our statewide birth through 3rd grade approach in action. Each team prepared and delivered a presentation of our work together during the Institute to other state and district teams present. We wanted to spotlight some of these summaries for you today. Starting with our state team, we drafted a B3 systems target, which describes our aim for continuing this work. I am going to read that. That's the yellow bottom left box. This target is that Nevada will develop a cohesive, coherent communication strategy so stakeholders within and among systems involved in the education of young children receive unified messaging on what is required and what is possible. Our state team developed 5 birth through 3rd grade belief statements, created draft action steps to advance the B3 approach in action, and this included intentionally aligning Nevada's education improvement plan for young learners and integrating specific action steps into the STIP drafts. Those happened during those agency feedback periods when applicable, as highlighted earlier in today's conversation. We also established bi-monthly leadership meetings. We're coordinating and facilitating continued leadership and statewide analysis for action, and we're continuing the momentum of the B3 work by developing action plans to follow up on our state and district teamwork that began at this institute. Our district teams, you'll see on the left, designed a B3 vision for their work. In the green box at the bottom, their vision is to have an aligned and coherent P20 education system that honors the children and families of the state of Nevada.
Many of the team members on the district's team attended the Institute in 2022, and so they also featured progress that has happened in their district since then. Some of this progress is highlighted. There were newly created P3 leadership positions in Clark County, Nye County, and Washoe County. There has been expanded developmentally appropriate practices, programming, and support. And there's also been development and implementation for more consistent educator tools and resources pre-K through grade 12. In addition to that, there's also been expanded transition to kindergarten programming, which is critical as children move from the 0 to 5 system into our K-12 formal settings. Further, the district team's action plans focused on birth through 3rd grade school administrator pathway programs, leveraging existing professional learning to grow administrator capacity, continuing alignment to district strategic planning, and increasing student engagement through play-based instructional studios. We'll be doing a deeper dive about these action plans and strategies, elaborating on many of these key concepts as we present this same information with a larger state team during the Nevada Association of School Administrators Summer Institute in June. That will be in Las Vegas on June 12th. And today's brief presentation will also be shared with the Nevada Association of School Superintendents tomorrow morning. Next slide, please. So that's it for today. We really appreciate your time, so thank you. And we're happy to hear any comments, questions, curiosities that you may have.
Thank you so much, team, for all that wonderful information. Are there any questions from the board? I see Member Orr. Go ahead, please.
I have a question and a comment. So I'll start with the comment that I don't know if you heard on NPR this morning, but they were talking about Alabama being the only state that saw increases in its math scores with a major focus on early math literacy and fluency based on somewhat of a play-based system using heavy manipulatives with its fluency and kids just loving math and a whole child approach. So I thought that was interesting. And I had, just recently read your presentation and thought that was really interesting. So just kudos to you, P3, and this whole child approach and kind of thinking about our instructional minutes differently. And so that's my comment. And then I wanted to ask, what are your 5 P3 belief statements? Because they're not in the presentation.
We did anticipate that question and prepare them. The printout cut off, so I'll need Anna to read the third one. The 5 belief statements, Rachel Stepina for the record, and also thank you, Member Orr, for your comment. Alabama was a key partner at the P3 Institute as well, and we have frequent conversations with their state team leadership for early childhood as well. So the 5 belief statements, number 1 is every child deserves joyful, equitable educational experiences that lead to meaningful learning. 2, all children and families deserve schools that welcome, support, and celebrate their social identities and strengths. 3, children deserve educators who reflect their cultural, linguistic, and racial or ethnic identities. 4, educators deserve to have their well-being centered. And 5, Nevada's educational leaders deserve cohesive, coherent communication within and among systems so everyone knows what is required and what is possible.
Actually, I have one more comment / question if you want to. I think I've had, just as an educator, there's been a tension in the past between people using the statement that's not developmentally appropriate to mean that you can't challenge young children. And I've always really disagreed with that. Like, I believe that young children can be challenged and that we can't limit children by saying that that's not developmentally appropriate, but that we can provide a very challenging academic environment while also providing the supports of a whole child, very rich, stimulating, play-focused environment and academically rich environment for young children. And so I wonder if that tension has ever come up or if that's something that you discuss in all of your meetings that you're running in this environment.
Thank you, Member Orr, for the question. Rachel Stepina for the record. This does come up frequently. That is the purpose and the intention behind the developmentally appropriate practices kindergarten policy statement that Anna mentioned in some of our highlights over the last 5 years. And that policy statement is a simple 2-page document that outlines the best practices and the developmentally appropriate practices as outlined by the National Association for the Education of Young Children. And what does that mean here in the state of Nevada? And it does exactly what you mentioned. It challenges the idea that that we aren't challenging our youngest learners, even though they learn through play. And so that is how they learn. It's scientifically proven. That's what we say in our Science of Learning and Development, which has also been included in today's materials. And so we've been incorporating that and continuing to challenge that as well, because our young children need rigor, and that looks different in 0 to 5 settings and pre-kindergarten settings. And that continues to shape throughout their kindergarten through 3rd grade spaces as well, which is really a key feature of this birth through 3rd grade work, because it bridges part of that gap, but also empowers teachers and educators to continue doing those things in their classrooms.
Anna Severance, for the record, just to piggyback on that, that is a important topic that is discussed also within our DAP kindergarten and 1st grade cohorts. That DAP can be done in rigorous classrooms, and oftentimes what we mean by rigor in K3 and what we mean by rigor in 0 to 5 sometimes mean different things, but really, and so a lot of this work is about how it is done in the classroom with hands-on play. It's not like a free-for-all and play up throughout the classroom, but doing so in inquiry-based and playful learning environments. So it's definitely a topic that's addressed.
Thank you for all of that information. It's very helpful. We have a question here from Member Hudson.
Member Hudson, for a record. Well, hopefully it's a quick question, because I know you guys have done a lot of great work doing this. So with the national changes, when it comes to, because this is a federal funded, some of the money comes from that, have we started looking at plans of what it would look like if that funding isn't given to us to continue our work? Have there been discussion on what it would look like? Or, because I hate for us, because there's no money, that it goes to wash, or the gatekeepers, I hate to call gatekeepers, but once those gatekeepers leave, the information or the trainings isn't like rolling over or like passed down, so we could continue the work going forward if needed. So have there been discussion of that?
Rachel, I'm going to jump in. This is Patty for the record, Patty Oya for the record. And that is always our biggest concern, is sustainability. And we saw that happen when the Art Besser funding ended, and some of the dollars we got from the welfare division to improve quality of childcare, and then these dollars for the preschool development grant. And I think Rachel, as the grant administrator, is doing a great job of what is a project that we're finishing at the end of this grant, which is the end of the year, and which ones will we need funding for, and how are we going to find that funding for some. I think one of the most successful out of all this work is the developmentally appropriate practice kindergarten cohorts. I've heard such great things from kindergarten teachers that it really is how to transform that. And as some of the members know, we do work with the Early Learning Institute, and we try to bring that B3 approach to kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade. And so that's, we're always looking for partnerships and how to fund using other funding sources.
Thank you for that. Superintendent Ebert.
Thank you. Superintendent Ebert, for the record, first of all, I am always appreciative of Director Oya's leadership. We've been working with her for 6 years now, and this is the year of pre-K, as we talk about. I say birth to 3 now. Twofold to expand on your question. This team was very strategic when we applied for the grant to build capacity, right? It's not just stuff that we're building, but we're actually investing in our people and systems. And so, even though the funding may end, we are building systems that are deeply rooted across, and so it will continue. Also, too, in the governor's proposed budget is the $70 million annually for adding pre-K seats. And within that, we have asked for staff to continue this work as well.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you for the intentionality of all of that work. It's very, very challenging when working with grant funds to build that sustainability, and having state funds to help with that is very, very helpful. Member Hughes.
Thank you, members of the record. Appreciate the presentation. I'm always a huge advocate of any pre-K work. So I had two questions. I love coherence is going to be my theme today, so I'll keep it going. So I love the push around coherence in the B3 space, and I feel like I'm a relatively competent person and get so confused whenever I try to make sense of all the fragmentation within the birth to 3 or pre-K world. How do you all think about, I guess, the strategy? Is it like through incentivizing and funding that you sort of get everybody in alignment? Is it through the accountability systems? Is it through like, we're just going to try to highlight best practices and get other people on board? Like, I know it's tough because there's so many different systems within that realm and different providers and then those kids mostly are all funneling into like a public K-12 system. So it's like can you just like share a little bit about the coherence? Like, what are sort of the key ways you get more coherent systems in a more fragmented system?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to jump in first, Rachel, and then you guys can add in as far as this work. But member Dawson Owens can also jump in with some of the bills that are right now being heard in the session around an early childhood systems. And I think that is the biggest piece for early childhood. You know, obviously our focus is pre-K and high quality childcare education, but it is bigger than that when you talk about, you know, what does a young child need and their family need? And it is a bigger systems piece. And so there has been mention of an early childhood systems office that we would, you know, definitely support and want to be a part of. But I think that it is really looking at, you know, I think what sets it apart different from K-12 is knowing that there's childcare providers, and that looks very different, you know, when you're talking about or families that just want to stay at home with their child, and how do we reach all of that. And so some of our work is doing the data entry or the data collection systems. So some of my team is working very hard on getting kids before K-12 into Infinite Campus, tracking where they're at before they come to the K-12 system so that we can really understand where are those families, how can we reach them better. Rachel, did you want to add?
Yes, thank you, Patty. Rachel Stepina for the record, and thank you again, Member Hughes, for your question. Coherence is something that we pay attention to all the time. Like Superintendent Ebert mentioned, we were very strategic in how we incorporated our B3 vision and our Department of Education's goal number 1 into not only the preschool development grant birth through 5 and that writing and that implementation, but into other areas as well. So we very often support and participate in other statewide initiatives. So I'll highlight through the Children's Advocacy Alliance, they have a Pritzker Award, and that focuses on some of the prenatal to 3 components. And so we support them in that. We look at opportunities to build that coherence across who else is doing this work, because at the systems level, we know we're not the only one. And in order to reduce the fragmentation, we have to stay current on how are we participating and what are their strategies and priorities so that we're reducing duplication of effort and instead maximizing our efficiency and our opportunities, such as the Pritzker Children's Initiative that we have through Strong Start as well. We also form critical partnerships beyond that with our communities. Anna mentioned during the presentation, there was that blue arrow that was at the top featuring pre-K through grade 12 systems and community input. And I would extend in this setting that goes beyond just birth through 3rd grade, and really how we collaborate with our community partners is critical to the success of our current strategies and also our future strategies. We also build these components in so that they're the roots and the foundation, and that is built upon the relationships that we continually continually seek and grow with each other as we do this work because we cannot do it alone. And finally, we really focus on that coherence at the department level by building cross-office collaboration. I was looking at the agenda for today's presentation, and as I've been listening in, without that cross-office collaboration across our different divisions at the department, we wouldn't be able to move forward because it's not just one area's domain. We all have intersections and interconnectivity, and so adding that in at the department level is also one of the strategies that we activate, Member Hughes, for that building coherence piece.
Cool. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Oh, was someone else going to add in?
Anna Severance for the record. I was just going to add in really quickly, and one of our, to build off of your question, Member Hughes, of how we, a lot of this work has been getting done and getting teachers and administrators on board and help them to support this work is through our partnership with the all three RPDPs and their ability. They've been working on with the DAPK cohorts, as well as they are now working on a developmentally appropriate action plan. What's
we call it Staff in
Action. And what it basically is administrators and teacher leaders working together to create little snippets of what this looks like to create a library and getting getting teachers and administrators across the state involved in this work, as well as another key partner has been where one of the only states that has used Title IIA funding, which we are able to do with under Ed Life and Deputy Superintendent McGill's lead of helping support that P3 leadership cohort. So we've been building little pots of monies to help support the work we're doing, and so and through that process have really created some key partnership.
And I will chime in, if that's okay, and at Dawson Owens. I've just been kind of listening and taking things in, but yes, as Patty mentioned, it's been our pleasure to work with creating a comprehensive and advocating for the Office of Early Childhood Systems. And that doesn't just impact education, it impacts health in a lot of different areas where it's not fragmented and the organizations and providers are all communicating with one another. So there's a one pager obviously on our advocacy website, and this might be for future, but I don't know if this group has a legislative update regularly on their agenda, or if that's something we don't do. But this is Senate Bill 82, brought forward last session, brought forward this session again with some revisions and helping individuals understand the need for that and what that really means and entails. So a lot of great priorities in the education field that we love to be a part of personally and professionally.
Thank you all. And my second question, so my other theme for today is going to be root cause. And one of the things I love about this work and the work you all do is as I talk to district leaders and classroom teachers, one of the root causes they always point to is our K-12 system is starting playing catch up, right? And so many kids are entering our system, not even on grade level at kinder. And so you're making up for all of that lost time. And so you imagine the compounding effect. And so this work is super important. So I was surprised that I, in the future step, did not see the same call out of early childhood as we saw in previous iterations. There, I think, was a mention, there QRIS was like one of the measures we were looking at. I know that was in there. And I saw it in one other place in the data system, it mentioned pre-K. But I'm curious, was that intentional in the development of the new STIP? And that might be a Dr. Ford question, I'm not sure. But, or should we assume that when we talk about the educator workforce, it does talk about like school district vacancies, which seem to like not capture a large percentage of the workforce challenges in early childhood. So should we read all of those lines in the STIP as inclusive of early childhood, or is there an intentional reason why we did not call it out, knowing that it's so foundational to all of the work?
This is Patty Oya for the record. I do think it's both reasons. One, it is difficult to capture in a STIP everything from that, what does the workforce look like in childcare, in family home childcare? That's very difficult to collect. And then looking at our pre-K system and then our pre-K seats in childcare. But I also think we've done a great job of just having the understanding it is PK-12. And so we really are, when we do talk about the bigger workforce, it is very inclusive of what does pre-K look like. I think we also were hoping for universal pre-K, a very solid steps and a plan to universal pre-K. So that again would also be very inclusive of in the K-12 system in the STIP. So I think it's a little of both.
And this is Rachel Stepina. If I might add, thank you, Director Oya. We did have many opportunities to participate in the development, in the drafts. Those were brought to us through Student Achievement Division, through the Office of Early Learning and Development with that specific question, is early childhood represented in what's written here? And so we did spend quite a bit of time diving in to see, well, is it represented there? And do we need to call it out if it's not obvious? And so we did go with that inclusive strategy because we want to continue shaping the trajectory of our education system, that we know that pre-K is included. And so we also want to thank Superintendent Ebert, who has been a champion in continuing to name that as one of those priorities as well. And then we would also appreciate where are some of those opportunities to continue to call it out if necessary, because it isn't naturally the mindset in the past years. And so how can we continue to do that better would be something that our office will happily continue to support.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I would just add the plug, when we do the work over the next 6 months, within the next 6 months, whatever we decided on, I would love for us to ratchet up the language around early childhood and all of that, because I don't think the general public always thinks about that system as part of the larger education system the same way. And so I think the more we can do to really elevate that, that could be important. So just want to name that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see one final question for our presenters, and I'll turn to Member Ford.
Sorry, more of just a comment and observation. I support this personally. Sorry. My kids were in Head Start, and it was just, I didn't even realize what Head Start was until my son was like 3, then my daughter was 5, and she was going into kindergarten. And that's probably my biggest regret, is like not putting them in earlier. It just made a huge difference for my son, who has Asperger's, and I truly believe that he would have been like really, really struggled in school if he didn't have that Head Start. So, and you know, if we're trying to expand this, it has to have those proponents of it, not just daycare. It has to have like you're saying, the whole child approach. And so I really am excited about it, and I really want to support this and figure out how to really explain it to parents and make it, you know, make them excited about it, and not have always like the negative connotations around asking for help. You know, like it's okay even if you don't need it. It's going to benefit your kid. And then I just want to say that my board meeting AI is encouraging me to just put it out there that we probably want to consider clearly defining the different roles between the districts and the state, especially as it relates to teacher training, measuring progress, and yeah, that's what it's anticipating, some issues of responsibility between the two. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Member Ford. And thank you to our team here for the presentation today and sharing such wonderful information with all of us. So thank you. So now we will move on to agenda item 13, and the board will hear a presentation from Shauna Jessen, Director of the Office of Teaching and Learning, Joan Jackson and Mandy Latham, Education Programs Professionals for Read by Grade 3. They will provide an overview of the Read by Grade 3 task force, including its structure, progress of the various working groups, and next steps for the board's consideration. Thank you all for being here today, and please proceed when you are ready.
Shauna Jessen for the record. You did a nice job of introducing the team in the essence of time. I will skip that if it's okay with the board. We're happy again to bring this work forward to you. This is probably some of the most important work we've done all year. It's OTL day up here, so thank you for being receptive to our messages today. I'm going to go ahead and turn this microphone to Mandy so she can get us rolling.
President Duckweiler, Superintendent Ebert, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today.
My name is Joan Jackson, and I'm an education programs professional on the Read by Grade 3 team at the Nevada Department of Education. My colleague Mandy Latham and I will be reviewing the good cause exemptions included in Nevada Revised Statutes NAB 400/2023, and then sharing updates on the work being conducted by the Read by Grade 3 Task Force. We'll be providing an overview of the purpose, the members, and the structure of the task force, and then updates and findings of the 4 work groups and review next steps. Next slide. Go ahead to the next slide, please. The Read by Grade 3 Task Force was created to research, provide findings, and make recommendations related to the requirements of the Nevada Revised Statutes as they impact Nevada's implementation of the Read by Grade 3 program, and to provide information in response to questions that have been posed by the State Board of Education. Next slide. The Read by Grade 3 Task Force is made up of a diverse group of experts from across the state. We expanded on the existing Read by Grade 3 Advisory Council to invite members from the various entities that are listed here on the slide. These members are directly participating in conducting the work and have generated the findings that will be shared with the board today. We would be remiss if we did not thank all of these amazing people, the members of our task force, for their willingness to share their experience and their hard work and dedication. The Read by Grade 3 team, a national expert who has direct experience working with other states with Read by Grade 3 laws, and a member of the board, have been available to support by providing guidance, clarification, and resources, but are not serving as active members on any of the work groups. Next slide. The work began in October with the recruitment of the task force members. Members have been divided into 4 work groups and are investigating the implementation of Read by Grade 3 programs in other states, some of which have mandatory retention laws similar to ours here in Nevada. Workgroup members meet separately to coordinate and conduct their research, which has been focused on the 4 areas listed here. Check-in meetings are being held monthly with the larger group to share findings and updates. Mandy and I will be sharing the findings provided from each of the work groups, but before we move into those slides, we'll just briefly review the responsibilities of the board and the 6 good cause exemptions included in Nevada Revised Statutes, in particular those that are related to the research being conducted by those work groups. Next slide. As a reminder, according to NRS, here is a list of the responsibilities of the board in relation to the uniform examination in reading, the alternative examination in reading, the scores students must obtain on these assessments to promote to grade 4 without a good cause exemption. Next slide. Also, as a reminder, according to Read by Grade 3 law, beginning July 1, 2028, a good cause exemption must be provided for any student who was previously retained in grade 3. Any other student being considered for a Read by Grade 3 retention is eligible for one of the 6 identified good cause exemptions. The research being conducted by the task force is focused on the good cause exemptions in items B and C, which are a demonstration of proficiency through a portfolio of student work, and the criteria for students who are English learners. Next slide. As well as item F, which relates to students who receive special education services in reading or have a 504 plan. In the next slides, we'll share the findings provided from each of the work groups, starting with the uniform examination in reading. Next slide.
Mandy Latham for the record. I am going to walk you through the findings of the work group for the Read by Grade 3 uniform examination and cut scores. Next slide. So just to review and recap, the questions from the State Board of Education are posed on this slide. In addition to that, there were some other questions or tasks that we found were needed to help support the work of the Read by Grade 3 Task Force work group in this area, so you can review those questions. Next slide. There are 16 other states that have a Read by Grade 3 law that includes a retention clause. Note, Michigan was repealed in March of 2024. So I'll just give you a moment to review those states. Next slide. So what assessment is currently being used to measure reading proficiency? So 100% of those states that have a law with a retention clause have an assessment developed specific for that state. So in many cases, they are working with an assessment company. The state is not necessarily writing the assessment themselves. And then here are some examples of what those assessment names are. Next slide. And then on this slide deck is a table that included examples for the board to consider of what those assessments are, what the cut score options might be, and what the 2024 read by grade 3 proficiency are. So you can see in the case of Alabama, there's just one score. In the case of Arizona, there's a range, or you could have like levels. This table does not include students who have qualified for a good cause exemption. So like in Florida, just because 55% of students are proficient, that doesn't mean that they're retaining 45%. The other thing to note is that Alabama is currently revising the cut scores because they set it too low initially, and they do not have 91% of their third graders proficient. Next slide. And now I will turn it over to Joan to go over the next work group.
Thank you, Joan Jackson for the record. The next few slides will share findings from the Portfolio Good Cause Exemption Work Group. On these next two slides, you'll see the guiding questions previously posed by the board, as well as some tasks and additional questions that were considered by this work group. Of note, this work group was searching for the components required for portfolios in states with read by grade 3 laws, what policies were developed to regulate those components, alignment to English language arts standards, and then any similarities to Nevada's read by grade 3 law. Next slide. The work group also searched for any guidance or policies regarding literacy instruction and intervention in states with read by grade 3 laws. Next slide. The research conducted by this work group revealed 3 common themes across states that have the Portfolio Good Cause exemption. The 3 themes relate to the contents of what's required to be gathered in the portfolio, how the items collected are scored, and how the portfolio process and contents are shared with educational staff and families. Next slide. So the first theme that was identified by the work group is the contents of the portfolio. States with read by grade 3 laws that utilize this good cause exemption list the criteria to determine which students are eligible for this good cause exemption. They identify the subset of ELA standards and then the artifacts or student work samples that may be included by which a student may demonstrate mastery of the selected standards. The number of artifacts to be included, which ranged from like 5 to 12 items collectively, or 2 or 3 for each standard identified, and then copies of any other diagnostics, interventions, assessments that were conducted with the student that would be included in that portfolio. Next slide. The second theme relates to the scoring of the portfolio. So in all of the states, a minimum score for each of the artifacts was included for those that were to be included as evidence, and it was most commonly set at 70%. Some states created rubrics and checklists to help with that process, and then the criteria for which educational personnel who were required to review and approve the portfolio were identified, and that was most commonly the classroom teacher and the principal, but other states required the district superintendent or the elementary curriculum director. Next slide. The third theme identified by the work group relates to sharing the portfolios. All states listed the stakeholders who must be notified of the portfolio development process, and that would include like school staff members, the family or guardians, caretakers. And then many states indicated that portfolios should follow the students from 3rd to 4th grade with a variety of ways for that to be accomplished. The next slides will highlight more specific information from a few states with read by grade 3 laws and their implementation of this good cause exemption.
Mandy Latham for the record. So we're going to take a look at 3 different states and their examples, and this will just highlight for the board some different options so you can see what similarities exist and what differences exist between what the portfolio requirements are. Next slide. So the first state we'll look at, there we go, is the state of Alabama. So the state of Alabama students are identified by the spring assessment in 2nd grade, or if a teacher or the school deems it to be necessary, it can start at any point in time in 3rd grade. The portfolio also must address or be aligned to the minimum essential state reading standards required for promotion to grade 4. And the standards assessed must include a minimum of 3 work samples whereby a student earned 70% mastery. The portfolio has to include any assessment data, progress monitoring, or the student intervention plan. And if a student is an English learner, their assessment data has to be included as well. And this portfolio must be signed off by the certified classroom teacher, the principal, and the local superintendent. Next slide. The next state that we're going to look at is Florida. So Florida, the portfolio can begin at any point in time during 3rd grade, once a student has been identified as being at risk for retention or upon the request of a parent. And then the portfolio must include the following criteria, but I want to specifically highlight that the work has to be independently produced in the classroom. And then it has to include evidence that the benchmarks assessed by the 3rd grade statewide standard assessment have been met. And then there's some very specific criteria about the grade level reading passages that are included. So they have to be 50% informational text, 50% literacy text, literary text, and contain an average of 500 words. These samples can come from the curriculum or teacher prepared assessments, but they have to be aligned to the standards. And then there has to be at least 8 items assessed that demonstrate a 70% mastery per benchmark. And then this portfolio is signed off by the classroom teacher and principal. Next slide. And then the final state that we're going to take a deeper dive into the portfolio requirements is that it can be created at any point in time during a student's 3rd grade year, a minimum of 4 samples of independent work. And in this case, it's not standards aligned, but there are 4 main sections. So the samples have to be aligned to vocabulary, comprehension, critical literacy, literature, research, and information. And then it has to be signed off by the teacher, principal, superintendent. The parents and family must be notified. Now, for sake of time, do you want us to keep going or?
I think you are doing a wonderful job, masterful job, covering an incredible amount of information very briefly. So yes, please continue. You're doing a great job.
Okay. All right. So next slide. So on the next slide, just highlight some additional questions because we know the portfolio is very complex. So there's 2 questions that I just want to highlight on this slide deck is who prepares the portfolio and what electronic platforms or programs could host the sharing of information. So when we think about students in Nevada, we have a lot of students that transfer internally within districts from district to district or from charter to district. So how does that information travel with the student? Next slide. And then there's a couple of questions on this slide that I think are important to highlight. So what accommodations need to be made for students who move to Nevada schools without a portfolio? So think about the students now that are coming from out of state. How are we going to track that information and make sure that we are being fair to that student? And then also what is incumbent upon the state, districts, or schools? Next slide.
Joan Jackson for the record. This next part of the presentation will share findings from the English Learners Good Cause Exemptions Work Group. Next slide. Listed here are the guiding questions previously posed by the board, along with additional questions that were considered. This work group researched good cause exemptions provided to English learners in states with read by grade 3 laws, and then searched for any available information related to the impact of retention on English learners. Next slide. So we know that the EL population in Nevada is currently 13.8%, and there are several states with similar EL populations to ours. However, those states don't have mandatory retention laws. So they're not written into the read by grade 3 laws. Next slide. So we summarized findings from states that do have similar populations and also have a retention law similar to Nevada. So it's just important to note that in these states, there's either no good cause exemption for EL students. There's a good cause exemption that hasn't yet been enacted, but it will be, and it'll be for students who meet the criteria of having received less than 2 years of instruction that's aligned to WIDA standards, or parents are able to provide a waiver for their child. Next slide.
Mandy Latham for the record. Next slide. So the special education or the good cause exemption for special education work group. Here's just a reminder of the questions that were asked by the State Board of Education. Next slide. So the findings of this work group is that there are no federal laws which would prohibit the retention of a student receiving special education services, regardless of what the disability designation is. And the Nevada Alternative Assessment, or NAW, determination does not happen prior to 3rd grade. So we can't say for certain who that exemption would be applied to previous to 3rd grade. And then less than 1% of Nevada students qualify to take the NAW. Next slide. And then, of course, with this special education law, there's a lot of questions that have been generated by this particular work group for the board to consider. So I'll just pause for a second to allow you to read through those questions. Go ahead to the next slide. And then lastly, we have just some next steps for the board and for the work group. Next slide. So as far as the Read by Grade 3 task force, we're working on whatever questions you have today to continue the work of the work groups, and then also getting to a list of recommendations for the state board to consider to actually putting forth regulations. And so the State Board of Education, your job is to review the information provided by the task force and pose any additional questions for the task force to consider. All right, any questions? Next slide.
Thank you, team, for providing an incredible amount of information. I can appreciate this in a very succinct amount of time. As a State Board of Education rep who's been helping support the different work groups, I can speak to the amount of everything that has just gone into. So thank you to you, both of you, for your leadership. And thank you also to all the members who have been participating in all of this work and being able to bring that to us today. Are there any questions? I'll open it up to the board. Let's go to member Orr, and then we'll go member Hughes.
You can start with member Hughes up there.
Okay, we will drop down here to member Hughes.
Okay, one clarifying question, and then one I was curious about the research. You all started with, I might be confused. I know that it says that we have to prescribe a uniform assessment in regulation. I think I seem to remember the conversation before is like we had to sort of pause because we know there's like a RFP or a procurement process. So I'm trying to figure out how do those two things work in tandem? It seems like we could prescribe something by regulation and that could not actually be the thing that we have access to. So yeah, could you explain that to me again?
We do have a previous process where we had 2 assessments in play. So it's possible that we might start in, say, perhaps kindergarten with 1 assessment and then pick it up in January in kindergarten with the new assessment. And we are just this close to having that information for you. So we will follow that question back up for you in our next presentation in the special board meeting.
But do we not, does the prescribed by regulation suggest it does not go through an RFP process because we get to choose what the assessment is? Or
So Mandy Latham for the record. So the
May I
RFP
interrupt, please?
Go ahead.
This is
Yes.
Deputy Superintendent Anne Marie Dixon for the record. Can we have the DAG answer that question, please?
Yes, thank you. Member Hughes, would you please repeat your question for the DAG?
Yeah, it's just the first couple of slides said that the state board shall prescribe by regulation a uniform examination. So I'm trying to figure out, does that suggest that does not need to go through the procurement process, which is not really us prescribing, it's us putting something out for bid and seeing what we get. So how do those two work in tandem together?
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. Not nicely is, I guess, the best answer. When we do statutory analysis, the thing we try and do is we try and make all the statutes correct and usable. We try to not negate any part of them. So there's an obligation for any state spending to go through the RFP process. There's an obligation for this state, for the state board to create this, to prescribe the regulation or to create this assessment. So there's no easy way to do it. Typically, we've done it as we did with the college assessment, that they go through RFP and then this board says yes or no. It's a little bit different if it's going to be prescribed in regulation. To be honest, I do not know a clean way to connect those two unless the regulation talks about like the process as opposed to creating the assess or naming the assessment in general. So I'll have to look into that. I apologize, I don't have a better answer right off the top of my head, but I'm not sure how to read those two together where they're both functional and I don't negate anything.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah, I was under the impression from the previous conversation that we were waiting on whatever the RFP came back with, and that's what we were obligated to use and then determine the cut score. But then when I saw the actual language, I had a different read of that. So yeah, that is helpful once we get there. And then the second question is more about the research, and it's super helpful just to see what other states are doing. And one of the things I think this is probably more about NAEP scores, but I've read some of the criticism around like when we point to retention states that then see increases, that the data is potentially skewed because you're measuring fourth grade outcomes, like on the NAEP, for example, right? And those are not including a bunch of kids who were retained in third grade, so they're not actually in the testing pool anymore. Did you all come across that or anything that just on the like efficacy of retention laws? I know that that's not the purview of us and that was the legislature, but did any of that come up when you looked at all those states of whether that was like an issue of that sort of artificially inflating or deflating outcomes?
So Mandy Latham for the record. So I will say like Alabama is a good example of where like they set the cut score and then they realize that like they don't have 91% of their students proficient. And then the other thing I want to say or speak to as far as the NAEP scores go is remember NAEP it's not standards aligned. So like that's one area that you have to take into consideration. And it's also a student sampling. So it's not every student. So what we provided was like the information that we gathered as far as what we could gather publicly as far as what the assessment assessed on and then what those achievement scores were or the passing rates for the grade level as far as 2024. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it does. Thank you. Yeah, I was just curious because I think it is, we point to the data around retention laws as being effective, right? And so it's just like a question that I've been thinking about, like, is it actually effective or is the data set skewed now because we're looking at a different population of kids? So just, yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Good question. Member Hudson, you did have a question or comment. Okay. It may come back to her. I have a couple comments, thoughts, questions. So it sounds like some of the work on these four different buckets are progressing at different rates due to availability of information, the RFP process, that kind of thing. Do you have a sense for maybe what our next steps could be? It almost seems like we could, as this work evolves, start breaking them down and you bringing the information back on a one of these 4 at a time or a couple at a time. So we don't want to hold up some of the work, but we also want to make sure we move things forward in a timely manner with the pieces that you feel comfortable with that are ready to proceed.
Joan Jackson, for the record, I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you so much, President Duckweiler. I think that with some of the good cause exemptions, especially those related to English learners and those related to special education, there may not be, like, our findings will be our findings, right? And then what happens during legislative session will have an impact when it comes to the portfolio, because that is super complex. And then now that we have an overview, we need to look at, okay, what would work best for Nevada students and what are we looking for our state? That might be a more time-consuming process. And you'd maybe want some more specific examples. Same will hold true when it comes to the determination of the uniform examination and reading and the scores related to that, and then the selection of the alternative assessment. So.
Thank you. I think that all makes perfect sense. And one follow-up question that I had, and I found it very interesting that the states who had the uniform assessment and the retention piece had their own customized examination or tool. So I'm curious if you've all put any thought into what that process might look like for us, if that's a recommendation that your work group is finding, or if you could speak to some of that.
So Mandy Latham for the record. So I would, one, defer to the DAG on, how that works with, again, monies, RFP processes, state purchasing policies, like all of those things I think come into play when we're talking about assessment and putting money behind the assessment.
Thank you. And DAG Gardner, I would add to the question / request for information. What if the recommendation from the work group was that we create our own uniform examination? How would that align or not align with what's in statute?
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. For both the uniform examination and the alternative examination, are we still talking about the kindergarten ones? I apologize. Just want to
No,
double
for
check.
example, what if the RFP process came back saying MAP was the uniform assessment that is being recommended? However, based on the work of the working group, it's recommended that Nevada create our own uniform examination, similar to the other states who have done so that have mandatory retention laws. So I'm curious, would we be required to go with something that's existing, that has gone through that RFP process, or if we could create our own Nevada reading assessment tool as a uniform examination?
Oh. Well, I guess there would be no. This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. I actually don't think there'd be a problem in creating your own uniform examination or assessment. The RFP is solely for purchasing from the outside, but if you decide to do it internally, I think that would be okay, and something that that would just be up to the body if that's what they'd like to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Doc
Thank you
this
for that
is
information.
Anne Marie.
Yeah,
May
please,
I
Deputy
make a
Superintendent.
comment? Sorry, for the record, Deputy Superintendent Anne Marie Dixon. We would want to make sure that we share that we do not currently have capacity, and that would be something that we would need to look for funding for. As you know, this is our small but mighty Read by Grade 3 team. So I do want to flag for everyone that we do have a very small team, limited capacity. So with those requests, we would also need to request funding to support that if that was the wish of the board.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Dixon. That is understood with exclamation marks highlighted and everything. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. I think that this is a helpful conversation for us all to understand what our options might be, what are the resources that might be required, just some different pathways moving forward, and to understand where we're at right now, and then maybe where we need to go in the future. I see Member Ford with a question.
I just asked my assistant to develop that, and I used your exact wording, and it gave me like an 8-step plan to create a statewide assessment for Read by 3. So it's right here if you want to see. It includes creating a rapid response team, teacher training and professional development, monitor and evaluate tool effectiveness across the portfolio with a quarterly or semester-based evaluation cycle, and it has all of the data to collect and exactly how it would exist. So like I'm saying, in 6 months, we'll have like more resources. They don't exist yet. They're being built right now, but we could do this in like 4 to 6 months. It's there. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Well, that kind of aligns with what it sounds like I'm hearing, that we have the legislative session that may impact some of this work. Some other things might emerge in the education community. So it sounds like we don't have any new questions specifically, aside from the ones we asked about whether we could create our own tool, some things that are like big picture down the road. But in terms of the steps for the working groups, continue with the good work and bring specific recommendations forward on those 4 buckets once they're ready so that we can be prepared to review them individually. I see you, Member Orr. Hold on just a moment. Or you can bring them all 4 together at the same time, whatever makes the most sense. So Member Orr, please go ahead.
So I just was wondering if you had read anything in your research about the potential of like parent appeals to the portfolio process. Hoping that feels like that could be messy, but just wondering if that had come up in any of your research.
Mandy Latham for the record. So that is information that has currently not been gathered. That could be something that that particular work group could be asked to look into to see if there was a parent appeal process.
Thanks. And then I know that it has come up before in one of our questions, that this idea of an apples to apples approach, right? And in many of the states that we looked at, those states have more of like a lockdown on curriculum in the states. And so it looks like as part of the portfolio, there might be curriculum-based assessments used to measure things, but we have different curriculum across charters and like every district. So I'm wondering if the committee just might look at something where perhaps some of the portfolio measures could be chosen just for ease of schools so that they aren't having to come up, every school and every teacher isn't having to come up with what would be in a portfolio. And there is more of an apples to apples fair and more concrete approach to be what does it mean to be 3rd grade proficient in a portfolio? Are there cold read samples for a fluency measure? Here are 5 that could be used for a fluency measure. Here are some texts that could be used for a writing prompt and rubrics for, writing. Here are some vocabulary and comprehension pieces that could be used in a portfolio. If there are these 4 areas for the portfolio, here are some samples that could be used across the state for that portfolio to be kept kind of under lock and key. I do also appreciate that in all of the states, it looks like these were in-school, independent work samples done, like they can't be done at home. They have to be done, independently, and I appreciate that, but I do think the apples to apples thing will be harder in our state just because we do things so differently within districts and across districts. So I think that might be something just for the committee to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Orr. That was very excellent ideas, good things to think about. So with that said, I'm curious, Dag Gardner, in terms of the parent appeal process, is that something that we could add as part of the portfolio or whatever process, wherever it made the most sense? Would that override the retention by the principal?
Make it so they can't appeal.
Sorry, this is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. So the process in NRS 392, I think it's 765, which talks about the portfolio, it gives the pathways. Are you saying that you would think about doing a regulation to interpret this? Is that the intention?
No, forgive me. I think I was speaking and not formulating a coherent thought. So the question is, if we put in an option that a parent could appeal the retention decision by the school, would that be permissible? Is that something that parents could do? Or could we put that regulation in place?
One second. Could I get back to a second? I have to reread the statute real quick, just to double check.
Yeah, of course. Well, and I want to be clear. I don't know that this is something, I don't want it to be this is not what the board is recommending. I'm just curious. I think it's interesting for us to be able to know what our options are and what is our authority under the law. Because if there's something that's not within our purview, we certainly don't want to go down that road and spend resources looking at something that's not something that's within our lane.
And
Yeah,
this is sorry, this is member or for the record. I was actually making sure that I was trying to make sure that that wasn't something that was part of the process. Like, if I think that can make things quite messy for schools if it's, I know it says that parents have to be notified and shown the portfolio, and I just was making sure that I think that can be quite messy if they were part of the process of being part of the portfolio. So.
And Dad Gardner, please, you can give us that answer at another time if more investigation is required.
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. The real thing is whether there's a requirement that it has to go through the principal, like the principal shall make that decision. If it's just whether the statute requires it or not. If it's a gray area or there's some leeway in there, then yes, a reg could do it. If the statute doesn't leave that leeway, then a regulation wouldn't be able to do that, because a regulation can't trump a statute. So that's what I'm determining real quick.
So Joan Jackson for the record. I noted in NRS 392785, Dad Gardner, that's where it talks about where the principal of the school where the student is enrolled makes the determination of whether or not the student is eligible for a good cause exemption. They review all of that information, and then the principal considers all the documentation that's provided. If they determine that promotion is the best interest, or that the student is eligible for that good cause exemption, then it goes to the superintendent of the school district or the governing body of the charter school, and then they make the ultimate decision on whether or not that moves forward. That's what I've read in 392.785.
This is Deputy Attorney General Gardner. Thank you. 392.785 subsection 3. Based on that, you wouldn't be able to appeal it, because typically when you want a parent to appeal, they have to appeal to somebody else who can have a say. So in this case, the principal is already going to just do the recommendation to the superintendent or the governing body of the charter school. They're the ones who decide. You could create in regulation like a process for the parent to be involved, like that could be one of the things the principal has to review. But I'm not sure you could create an appeal process as it's already kind of laid out in the subsection 3 how it has to be done, and a regulation wouldn't be able to overturn that. So you could, so basically, I think you could create a process for the parents to become involved if you so wanted, but I'm not sure that you could actually create an appeal process, because who do you appeal it to? Any appeal would be different than what the statute already says the appeal is.
Perfect. Thank you for digging into that and providing us with some clarification and some guidance, Dad Gardner. Okay, so it sounds like, unless I'm missing something, that one of the specific questions requested by the board is to look into what that portfolio might look like for each LEA, not in terms of the specific component or specific like curriculum-based measurement tools, but going back to what Member Orr had said, maybe specific, like there needs to be a CBM, but doesn't specify what it has to be, but provides options for what it could include. So I'm curious, and I'm sure some of those conversations are already happening. But it sounds like we would be interested in learning more about that at a future meeting. Any other thoughts from the board? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much for this wonderful information, and we look forward to seeing you again in the future. Thank you. Now we will move on to item 14. The board will receive a presentation from Anne Marie Dixon, Deputy Superintendent of the Student Achievement Division, Shauna Jessen, Director of the Office of Teaching and Learning, and Rachel Tillotson, Education Program Professional for Secondary English Language Arts, on the new 6 to 12 English Language Arts standards, including the new instructional frameworks for educators. Please proceed when ready.
Wonderful. Thank you. For the record, Anne Marie Dixon. We appreciate your time today, spending all this time with the Student Achievement Division. Thank you, President Dockweiler, for the opportunity. I'm very excited to be here with my colleagues, Shauna Jessen and Rachel Tillotson. They're going to share the great work that has been done around English language arts. So I will pass it over to both of them. Thank you, Deputy Dixon. I was going to say Director Jessen. That's great. Rachel Tillotson for the record. Today we'll present you with the process from the beginning to our current point on the English Language Arts Standards Review. And we'll include who was selected as committee members, the review process, the recommendations that resulted, and the plans that are in place moving forward. Next slide, please. Okay. And again, here's the overview. Go ahead, next slide, please. All right, last spring of 2024, a survey was conducted to establish the need for a review of the English language arts academic standards documents. And based on the feedback that was received, it was determined that yes, there was a need for review. Following that determination, a call for applications was sent to district and charter curriculum directors and other leadership with a request for distribution to potential committee candidates within their communities. From these graphs, we can see that we had representation from all 11 districts and charters, and from those, administration, parents, literacy specialists, teachers, and community members were all represented in the group that formed this committee. Next slide, please. Here we can see the timeline of the review process to the point of where recommendations were made by the committee. As previously mentioned, March to April of 2024 included the survey and application process. From the end of April to the beginning of May 2024, there was a review of applications by the NDE team and the final selection of committee members. On May 30th, the initial meeting was held, and then from June to July of 2024, committee members worked laboriously to read through the current ELA Nevada academic content standards and to research ELA standards documents from several other states, including California, Oregon, Texas, Utah, Colorado, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Delaware, and several other states. The committee focused on the layout, the content, and how specific research such as how the science of reading, technology, and even artificial intelligence were incorporated into those documents in the other states. The committee looked at how specific populations such as English learners and students with disabilities were supported and how equity, access, inclusion, and diversity were addressed within the standards and support documents in those states. Committee members brainstormed and collaborated on how all of these could better be addressed in Nevada's ELA standards documents. There was discussion around combining standards to reduce the number of standards, but concern was expressed that this would make each standard too dense and even more difficult to unpack for teachers. The elimination and rewording of some standards were addressed, but concern was also expressed that those items were needed as a guide for what students must be able to do at the end of the school level. There was also a consensus that the Nevada ELA standards did align with what other states are doing and what students need to be able to know and do at the end of each school year. The conclusion of the committee was that the what of Nevada's ELA standards was not the problem. However, the how for implementation of those standards continues to be a challenge for many of Nevada's teachers. As such, the recommendation from the review committee is not to rewrite nor revise the specific wording of the standards, but rather to create a framework with guidance and provide additional support within the standards documents
to assist them with implementation. Next slide, please. To sum this up, this is the review committee's rationale. And as the ELA standards are currently written, the committee determined that they do best represent what students need to learn in their English language arts courses. They do align with what other states are doing, and they do align with common assessments. However, they need additional explanation. They need additional supports to assist teachers with access, understanding, and implementation as well. Next slide, please. So moving forward, to better support educators with the ELA standards, the committee proposed the following: a more accessible layout that is ADA compliant, and also a document that includes hyperlinks for quick access and has individual copyable standards. Also grade-specific and standard-specific printable options with additional space for reflection and notes. These are requests that we received from our teacher community. The current format, which is a grade band document, will also continue to be an option for teachers so that they can see grade level alignment. There will be a total of 3 printable options for the standards document, in addition to the instructional framework, which is being created. The inclusion of better guidance to understand the science of reading and how to provide better access to maintain equity and inclusion while celebrating diversity among students is something else that is addressed. Additional assessment guidance with hyperlinks to resources are included, and guidance on the use of technology and AI with embedded links to those resources will also be included. We've also included examples embedded within the standards document itself, next to the more complex and difficult to implement standards, similar to what Massachusetts has, Massachusetts being the state with the #1 scores in the country. A support framework, including some of these items, and links to additional supports and strategies, and a connection to college and career readiness standards and personalized competency-based learning will also be included in this framework. Next slide, please. Here are 2 examples of what educators will see when they access the documents containing the standards. On the left, we can see a hyperlinked table of contents that will appear before the grade 1 standards. This will be for easy access, so educators can just click on it and go directly to that location. On the right, in the gray boxes, are examples of how educators can incorporate these standards into more complex, or incorporate these more complex standards into their implementation and teaching of the standard. Next slide, please. Here we see an example of what educators will see in the instructional framework document. On the left, we see a heading specific to working with multilingual learners who are learning English. Included are links to additional resources and strategies to support work with these populations. On the right is additional guidance for instruction. All sections included within the instructional framework are being reviewed and revised based on feedback from specialists in each field. For example, the section shown here has been reviewed by NDE's Office of English Learners and teachers of English learners in the field, and feedback from those individuals has been included therein. We're also working on finalizing the alignment with the Nevada State Literacy Plan, which will also be linked within this document. These documents that we've discussed here were all created for teachers, by teachers, and educators on this committee. Thank you for your attention and for taking the time to engage with this important update. I now open the floor for questions that you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from board members for the presenters? I'm seeing one hand from member Orr and then one hand from member Hughes. So go ahead, member Orr.
When do you expect this to be completed to bring for us for
So this document is not, we're not changing anything in the specific wording. And so we're hoping, well, the goal is to have this finished by the beginning of April. Right now, we're just working on alignment with the Nevada State Literacy Plan to make sure that everything is 100% aligned and that all of the links are available in the document. So beginning of April.
And then it sounds like there's some AI references and technology and equity and diversity. And will those be external links that take you to other places, or is that all internal to the document?
So the framework does have explanation around that, but those links will take you to external documents that are connected to NDE, the NDE website, but also external supports for teachers. This will be a living document. And so in the overview of the framework, it does say this is a living document so that we're able to update it as needed when we receive more support.
And I just want to say I appreciate that we are not changing the ELA standards. It's a big fear of mine going into this potential adoption. So I'm very glad that the committee decided to keep these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hughes?
Yes, Member Hughes for the record. The first question, I'm just curious, can you, I know the state board does have to sign off on any standards changes or adoption of standards, but is there a timeline the state's on? Or like how often do we have to look at standards? Could we have not done anything with these and just sort of left it completely as is? I just didn't know if there was like a cycle like there is for like curriculum adoption.
We can have Shauna or Rachel Tilson for the record. It's my understanding that the board needs to sign off only if we change the wording of the standards themselves. But we would like to verify that with the tag. Deb Gardner, are you available?
Member Hughes,
Yeah,
could
this
you?
is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. Yeah, I'm looking through NRS 3D9 right now, just to be doubly sure. It's my understanding that yes, the state board needs to only approve when the standards are changed, but I'm trying to find the exact language right now. But that's my understanding is that yes, it's only when it's actually changed. And as far as if it's on a cycle, if I remember correctly, I actually used to sit on the Council for Academic Standards, and I think they had a 10-year cycle, but that was internal. I don't think that's in statute. Every 10 years, they try to look at every standard.
And currently we have an 8-year cycle, but we're asking, possibly recommending more often. We're in the process of reviewing that.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. I was just curious about the cycle. I was clear on the state board's role in the actual when their standard changes, but similarly appreciated that they're pretty good as is. And so makes sense that we wouldn't do an overhaul, but just was curious about, do we even have to look at standards if we think they're pretty good? Like, or are we on the cycle? And it sounds like we have some sort of cadence. The main question I was thinking about was just the practitioner experience and thinking about both change management and like the order of operations. And so in particular, I'm thinking about there's some updates and some frameworks, it sounds like some new links, some new resources on the standards themselves. And we also heard about the literacy plan, which also seems to include some of those things. So I'm trying to figure out what is the relationship between those things, or do people need to engage with the literacy plan first, because then they can put the adjustments to like the tools and resources in context because they're one and the same. Just like what's the relationship between those two tools, and do they work together, or do educators need to start with one and then go to the next one?
Rachel Tilton for the record. That's a really good question. And just as a clarification as well, the wording of the standards themselves is not changing, but the document in which they are housed is what is going to be modified. And then second to your question, Member Hughes, the ELA standards documents, support documents that we're creating are more specific to ELA, to English Language Arts, whereas the Nevada State Literacy Plan is a broad guidance document that can be applied to every content area. And as such, we are incorporating some training on the ELA framework and ELA support documents with the NSLP trainings as well. So they will be getting this as a component of the NSLP training for the Nevada State Literacy Plan.
Okay, so there's like a merging of, so if you're an ELA teacher, you're doing the literacy plan, and then you're like have an add-on that's ELA specific that then is digging into some of these new tools that are linked in the ELA standards. Did I hear that right?
Rachel Tilton for the record, yes, that is correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Shauna Jessen for the record. Also, they work in tandem. So the content tells the teachers what to teach. The plan gives us a little bit of the how and the why.
So this is Angela for the record. So if there are going to be changes to the document, like will my name as a board member, which wasn't on the old NVACs, will my name as a board member be on these new NVACs if I haven't approved them? Like the standards are the same, but it's a new document with new guidance. Do I get to approve the new guidance?
That's a question. Rachel Tilton for the record. Doug Gardner, could you speak to that for us, please?
Yeah, this is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. So I found it. It's NRS 389-520. Says the council sets the standards, and then the council in subsection 6 shall forward to the state board the standards of conduct established by the council for each study. The state board shall either A, adopt the standards, or if they object, you send it back. As far as whether your name would be on it, the board would be approving it. I don't know if there's a requirement that it lists each individual name of a state board member on the standards. I haven't seen a requirement for that, but yes, the state board would need to approve any changes to the standards.
Rachel Tilton for the record. Doug Gardner, can you confirm if that is necessary, if the standards wording is not changing, but simply that document in which it is housed is changing?
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. Could you describe that a little bit more? I apologize. I'm not quite understanding if the standards aren't changing and it's just changing the document that it's in. Is the title of the document it's in changing? I guess I'm not understanding exactly what is changing then.
Rachel Tilton for the record. So this document, we are revising the overview, that some of the explanation we've embedded some examples of how to implement some of the more complex standards, but the wording of the standards themselves is not changing. Just the format of the document and some of the language within the document and support that is included within the document.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. In that case, I believe that yes, it would still need to be approved by the state board, as I would consider that a change to the content. Even though the actual wording isn't, this other stuff is explanations of that content, which I think would be covered and would need to be approved.
Okay, so we will look forward to having that come as a presentation to us for approval, if and when that's ready for us to view. Thank you for the presentation today. We very much appreciate all this information and continue with your good work. Thank you. All right, we will move on to item number 15, public comment number 2. I will now open up public comment number 2, which is for non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, and time will be monitored by Vice President Hughes. Written public comment may also be submitted to the board secretary at nvboarded@doe.nv.gov. Our secretary will read written comments into the record with a time limit of 3 minutes. If the comments exceed 3 minutes in length, the full text will be entered into the record and circulated to the board. Please note that public comments submitted after the board has officially adjourned will not be included in the record. I will begin with any members of the public who have attended to provide comments in person. Please fill out a comment card. Be sure to turn on the microphone and begin by stating your name for the record. I will limit your comments to 3 minutes. We will take public comment in Carson City first and then in Las Vegas.
Chair
Are there any-
there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Wonderful, thank you. And we do have public comments here in Las Vegas. We have 2. So we have Dr. Linda Johnson McClinton, representing NAACP and After School Alliance. Thank you so much for being at our meeting today for the duration, and welcome. Yep, come on up to the table, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board, the public. I am Dr. Linda Johnson McClinton. I come to you today as the education chair for NCBW, which is the National Coalition of 100 Black Women, as well as an education committee member for the NAACP. I also serve as an education consultant within our community. So within the community world that I advocate for, the big concern is, as a result of what's going on on a national level, how specifically is the Board of Education preparing to pivot? So we know we heard about that earlier this morning, that there are things being planned, But from the public's perspective, they're looking to see something forward facing to at least see what a possible shell will look like so the community can make informed decisions. So that is a large concern out there. I want to make sure that it's brought to our attention, as well as the connections that it has to the Medicaid. As a reminder that the Medicaid piece is coming up, and if unfortunately that Medicaid is cut, the community is concerned of how the Department of Education is going to react as it relates to students who will be required to have physicals to be in school for the upcoming school year, but they won't have the medical to cover that. So they want to know what would that look like, or will students continue to be put out in early fall because they may not have their physicals. The second piece I wanted to share is, as of January of this year, I am the face, the person for our state as it relates to the After School Alliance. So I go back and forth to Washington, D.C. to discuss the concerns we have here across our entire state as it relates to after school funding, the needs, and the impacts. As we know, due to some budget concerns beyond our control, schools that were self-funding will not have after-school programs next year. And then there were a large number of schools that just didn't have the funding to begin with. As a reminder to the board, our state is one of 13 states across the nation that does not fund after-school programs. So we want to make sure we bring this to you. I will be going back and forth to Washington, D.C., and I look forward to working with you all because I want to be able to take our concerns and any possibilities that we have to pivot to DC as we advocate for this change. Thank you.
Thank you for all your contributions and the work that you're doing and for being here today. Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Elizabeth Glover with NCBW and NAACP. And thank you for being with us all day today.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So again, I am Dr. Elizabeth Glover. I serve as well on the NAACP Education Committee, as well as the Education Committee for the National Coalition of 100 Black Women. And within my personal capacity, as well as hearing the voice of those communities, I go in and advocate for a lot of students in the school, but a lot of that ends up becoming sitting through a lot of expulsion hearings. And so there are some concerns I wanted to bring to the board's attention, specifically as it relates to NRS 392, built around the reduction in exclusionary discipline. And it's supposed to see, an increase in restorative justice and a decrease in suspension and expulsion. And I want to bring to the body's attention that trending throughout at least CCSD, that is not what's happening. We talked earlier, I heard you all mention data-driven decision-making with some of the plans that are coming and down the pipeline, and even that goes back to NRS 388 that requires that data-driven decision-making. But what we're seeing is premature disciplinary decisions without full investigations. As soon as there's a situation within our schools, the immediate response is to remove all involved students, despite who may be the victim, despite any context that would help inform that decision. And then these students are displaced academically, socially, mentally, emotionally for days. And sometimes when those students are discovered to indeed be a victim, there's no restoration offered to them for what they lost. Additionally, as it relates to the behavior detail reports, these reports are being used as weapons at expulsion hearings to expel students. And most of our parents have never even heard of it, yet alone seen it, let alone the things that are in there. And what we have had building principals tell us in that behavior detail report, emphasis on the D for detail, is that it would be too cumbersome to actually put the detail in there, because then if it's asked for, they have to do the trouble of redacting all the personal information. So they're loading these BDRs with vague or no details, but then they're using it against these students. Another concern that we're seeing is misuse, and this is acknowledgement from a meeting that I had with CCSD police, that their team is being misused by a lot of our building administrators to kind of almost bully them into writing citations for battery, because battery is the weaponizing word that then results in a mandatory expulsion. And as we know in our district, we have data that proves over suspension and expulsion for Black and Brown children, and our CCSD police are being almost coerced into creating these citations to substantiate that. So they have expressed concerns directly to me about that. And then outside of those concerns, I've also seen examples of retaliation on CCSD employees who are parents that advocated for some kind of disparity or discrepancy with their child. And all of a sudden, that parent's under investigation and sometimes even fired. I heard the board mention earlier the SOT. There's also a gross and alarming concern of lack of SOT awareness throughout CCSD, at least, where they harass you almost when it's Valentine's Day and they want donations and telegrams and all the cute things, but they do not advertise at all or make it widely known the SOT, which again then blocks out an entire community from being able to have their voices heard. In addition to the cultural inclusive champions that every single school in CCSD has, but none of their parents know about it, know what that acronym stands for, and at a lot of meetings that involve cultural inclusivity, those CIC folks are not even present. So these are just a summary of concerns I wanted to bring to the body.
Thank you, Dr. Glover. You raised some important points, and we're going to have someone from the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning Environments reach out to you to follow up.
Thank you.
And thank you. You're welcome anytime to come back and provide us with more information. Thank you. Have any written comments been submitted online?
We actually have another in-person public comment.
Okay. It looks like we have Ed Gonzalez here. Please come forward.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I'm the vice chair of the Hickey Elementary School Organizational Team. Before I comment on my written one, I do want to mention something from the previous speaker. One of the concerns we do have about school organizational teams is the fact of lack of parent leaders and knowing about that. Being in a school on the Northeast side, in the beginning of the year, I literally had a table that said, join the PTO, join the SOT, knowing that nobody understood any of those acronyms and just basically calling into it. One of the things, too, when you talk about the student code of conduct, in NRS, it does mention that school organizational teams should have some input onto it. But this year, we actually received that information past the deadline that we were supposed to submit it. So it was very unusual. But the speaker is right about the fact that people do not know, especially parents, about school organizational teams and the roles that they have. But I actually came up here to thank the board members for coming for Reading Week. I think we had 1.5 people who read at Hickey. One of the reasons why we invite the state board to it is Miss Hickey was the first Latina on the State Board of Education. So just as a courtesy to it, we invite all the State Board of Education members. And the students really liked it because, one, I want to thank Dr. Braxton, President Doc Weiler, and Vice President Hughes for attending, along with Felicia Ortiz in the back over there, is that we actually explain what the State Board does that affects them, which is the standards that they see on the wall. And so, I mean, they did bring some suggestions like, no homework policy, or maybe like, mandatory all-day recess that could come into it. But one of the things that we do with the Reading Week is we actually bring people into schools and highlight the education. I don't invite like the Golden Knights or the Raiders or things of that nature, though I know they would enjoy that as well, is to show them like where they can attain to. We actually had 6 judges come, which I appreciated. So the questions from the kids were always interesting. I think one asked, like, do you put kids into jail? And the judge, I'll give him credit, she was quick. She said, no, I put them into prison. And that class pretty much acted really well the rest of the day. So, but I do want to appreciate the fact that the board's willing to come into and read in classrooms and having that opportunity. I know that people forget about the State Board of Education when they think about stuff, but I can tell you the kids really enjoyed it and asked questions about that. So, like I said, I always appreciate that. Everyone will always be invited into it. I know Member Hudson, you always joke like you want to read, but you're actually teaching. So I know. So you give me some flack for that, and I appreciate that. One year we'll figure that out. But other than that, I just want to thank everybody for coming. I really do appreciate it, and you'll all be invited next year as well, whether you can attend or not. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now we'll go to written comments.
We have no written comments at this time.
All right, thank you. We will move on to agenda item 16, future agenda item request. Board member request will be reviewed by the board president and superintendent, who will determine the most appropriate format for addressing the topic. As a reminder, this is one of the new things that we are implementing relative to feedback looping. So making the determination whether or not a formal agenda item is necessary, whether we can provide an informational update, such as on the president's report, or whether a memo from the Department of Education providing additional context and responses to any questions raised may be the most appropriate. Our goal in offering the various pathways for responding to requests is again to address each request in a timely manner and to close any information loops that exist. So are there any requests from board members for future agenda items? Member Braxton.
Thank you, President Dockwell. This is Member Braxton for the record. I'd like to contribute or add to contributing to transparency and knowledge for our community in the areas of the organizational structure of education in our state. There is a lack of awareness about the difference between the State Board of Education, for example, the Nevada System of Higher Education, school boards. And so if we can add that, perhaps with a visual, that would be helpful. The second item that I would like to agendize is addressing the school maintenance problems and clarifying procedures, accountability, and timely response to repairs. We know that there are schools facing inadequate conditions with the air conditioners and the maintenance problems with irrigation and so forth. So if we can address that, that would be great.
Thank you, Member Braxton. And piggybacking off of that, something that Abraham Camejo had mentioned earlier was what constitutes timely? Like, what is timely? So if I could just add that to part of what you mentioned, I think that would be helpful if we could provide some clarification in defining timely. Member Keys?
I don't know what this would look like, but I know what I'm hearing from a lot of people, especially in Nevada, is their concerns and frights with education right now. And as the state board, I feel like we kind of have to be the face of education in Nevada in a way. So I wonder if we could put together like an open letter to the community or something like that about where Nevada is with this everything that's happening, because I think a lot of people really don't, and this goes back to what Member Braxton was saying, but they really don't know the difference between the authorities. Like, what does the Federal Department of Education do? What does the state board do? And where, like, what does it mean if things in the federal system change? And so I feel like it would help quell a lot of concerns from students, parents, community members if we put together something like that. I don't know exactly what it would look like, but I think that would be important for us to do.
Thank you, Member Keys. I'm looking to my left and online. I see Member Hughes.
It's Member Hughes for the record. I had 2.5 items, and I'm going to try to model what we're hoping to get in the habit of doing. So one thing that I think we should probably talk about soon is the Commission on Innovation recommendations. They did ask that like people who are there representing other agencies or entities or organizations try to find some time at their boards to see, does the entire board want to sign off on those recommendations? And I think the link to our work is really, there are some overlaps with some of the things we talked about with the STIP and some of our board goals and some of the statewide strategies we might look at. And so it feels like it's aligned to some of our goals. And depending on timing, we might want to consider seeing if we can pop that into the special meeting, only because the legislature is looking at those recommendations. And it might, if we totally disagree with it, it might be helpful to say that on the record before they get too far down so they know where we stand, or if we do firmly support it. So I don't know if that is feasible. But the second thing was adjustments to our board goals. Again, we talked about trying to align our agenda to our goals. And so if we don't have the goals, then none of the other things work. And there is one goal in particular that the measure we said we'd look at doesn't even exist anymore. So we had a whole goal around quality counts measures, which is no longer published as of 2021. So given that we're trying to align everything, we probably need to relook at that goal and have a public conversation about that. And then the 0.5 thing is, I'm wondering, given Dr. Glover's comments, if both the AB 469 committee could have a conversation about whether any of the discipline SOT overlap fits within the purview of that committee. And then the regulations we talked about with retaliation around board service, if that would make sense to look at that more broadly as well, around employees of a public entity who are parents advocating or who are board members. Like, sounds like that was a piece of it. So that was my 0.5, is maybe those conversations could be inclusive of some of those discipline concerns.
Thank you, Member Hughes, and thank you, Member Hudson, for your furious typing to capture all of our notes, or all of our ideas. Anyone online up north or in Las Vegas here with future agenda item requests? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to item 17, which is our adjournment. Thank you all for your time today. As a reminder, we are planning a special board meeting April 3rd at 10:30. So mark your calendars if you'd like to watch or participate with that. And our next regularly scheduled board meeting will take place on Wednesday, May 14th at 9 a.m. And with that, this meeting is adjourned at 2:10. Thank you.